What's up to the chat? What's up to the chat? What's up? Shout out to my main man, Biking Family LG in the house. School! What's up, fam? Kalingo Kennels, what's up, fam? My man Marlo Stanfield in the house. What's up, fam? My man 6143 representing in the Shark Tank tonight. What up, fam? Renew. What up, fam? My man Fat Farm in the house. What's up, fam? SBO Kennels in the house representing. What's up, fam? My man Dreadlock in the house. What's up, fam? Rack City. What's up, homie? My man Christian Fleming in the house. What's up, fam? COVID 500 Kennels in the house representing. What up, fam? My man Double M Disc Balls in the house. What's up, fam? Joe Brown. What's up, fam? My man AQ Henry Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, AJ. What's up, fam? My man Paris Brown's in the house. What's up, fam? Representing the PA, my man Walnut PA's in the Heat House. What's up, fam? My man Mr. James Jones in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Cannon G, what's up, fam? My man Lloyd Taylor's in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man Bulldog Jones in the house representing. What up, fam? My man C Rich in the house. What's up, fam? Big shout out to my man Gas and Go Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my little brother in the house, my man Scratch Line News in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my brother, Self-Made Kennels in the Heat House. What's up, fam? out to my man, Oatman's in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to Toy Woods in the house. What's up, fam? Queen from Detroit. What's up, Toy? Shout out to my man, Mr. Dickie Foster's in the house. My man, Greg Evans. What's up, fam? My man, Mr. Timothy Carter's in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Kennels Combine's in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Hey, welcome everybody coming out to the show tonight. Appreciate everybody showing up to the show tonight. Y'all don't forget to hit those like buttons. Don't forget to hit those like buttons. For all my new viewers, don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed. As y'all see the poll tonight, everybody need to participate in the poll. You know what time it is. We're trying to give a temperature check. It's temperature check time. Come on. Again, don't forget to hit those like buttons. Don't forget to put those super chats. Them super stickers if you have any questions. You want to get your questions heard. All you got to do is put up the super chat. Guess what? No matter how much. Don't appreciate it all, but if you want to get it heard, you want to get recognized, all you got to do is put that super chat up and we will recognize your question, fam. For all others who just want to donate, hey, y'all just do what y'all do. You see the sticker to run across the bottom for the ones who don't have the ability to do the super chat. Regardless of what you spend, all of it's going to be appreciated. So y'all do what y'all do. Let's enjoy ourselves tonight. Y'all know what time it is. Here we go. Shout out to the green team in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Yo from the homeboy, Robert City's in the heat house. What's up, fam? My man, Mr. Derek Henderson's in the house. Welcome back to the show, fam. Mr. Henderson. Curtis and pick up that hardware, fam. Shout out to my man Chainsaw P. Gotti in the house. Welcome to the show, fam. Chainsaw, as you know, you walk into the room, you see all this blue fam. This blue is considered, this is the Shark Tank. Don't take much to get that blue. All you got to do is show up. You done showed up already. Only thing left for you to do is show up. What that does is give me a chance to see how you hang out. Represent yourself in the Shark Tank. You can do those if you can handle yourself. By participation. That's all you gotta do is participate in the chat. You will be getting that hardware, fam. Welcome to the show. Yo, Brian! Yo, Brian! What's up, fam? What time it is, y'all know what time it is on this hot mic party. Yeah. Shout out to my man, Tony Montana in the Heat House. What's up, man? Shout out to my man, Mayhem Kennels, Arkansas, Louisiana Combines representing in the house. What's up, man? Shout out to my man, Mr. Charles Johnson in the house. What's up, fam? Again, welcome everybody to the show tonight. Again, welcome everybody to the show tonight. And special shout out to the Shark Tank. Special shout out to the Shark Tank. They done showed up. Now they ready to show out. What's up, fam? Hey, y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Y'all do not forget to hit them like buttons to all my new subscribers, new viewers. Don't forget to hit that like button. And if you haven't subscribed already, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Peace. to my man T. Dizzy's in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Mo! Yo, Mo!
Hey, what's up, baby?
Man, you ready to do this, man?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Down. Check your camera. Y'all know y'all got to check that water, clean up that shit now, right? Make sure I got all that stuff down before you sit down now. You get down, get down now. Let's go. Time to sit down. Come on.
What's up, fellas? What's up?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep the noise down today so we don't lose so many gaps like I had in the last show. He telling Mike to put it in the air. He's gonna keep it down. Goes out, y'all be quick on the mic thing. We don't want it to sit there and run that long without y'all putting something out there. Might go out, guys. Put it out there on the chat real quick so he can catch it. You know we already got a delay. I'll review on the show and seeing them gaps when I get all emotional into the thing. I don't know. What kind of show can I give you if I don't give you my emotion? Gotta figure that out. Taking out the mic. Gonna put it in the air. They want me to stop yelling, but how am I supposed to be passionate about something I can't control?
Figure it out.
Hopefully we'll figure it out. If you go out, just send him a message. Everybody just put in the chat the mic, and then hopefully he'll be up on it so we don't have to be down that long. Thank y'all for coming out on this Friday. Hopefully we can have it a short night. There ain't much to talk about tonight except for this, what's on the poll. far as picking the right dog, as far as a female, which one would you take? Other one, you know, about the Snooty back in the day. You know, there was a controversy between Maurice Carver and Norman Hooten over Hooten Snake. Over Hooten Snake. That was the argument. Who was Hooten Snake's daddy? That's what they wanted to know. Who his real dad was? That was the question. No. In the beginning, Maurice Carver had it as, I think it was Spike. I know they had it as Spike and something else. And Mr. Hooten went to the ADBA. Thanks to Fat Bill, and that information is on his USB. We do have both the affidavit that he wrote and the letter he sent to ADBA pertaining to Hooten Snake being off of, you know, the dog that we all know now as Butcher Boy. I'm saying? Hooten Snake was bred to Art Missy, Boomerang Lynn May's sister, to produce Snooty. This is Snooty's pedigree now. This is Hooten Snake's pedigree. So I'm gonna go back here to Snooty. There's old Snooty. Okay. I guess this would be the revived version for a lot of you guys that didn't know. They used to be good old boys, good friends. And I guess the story goes, I'm gonna let the letter do speaking mostly on this stuff. You know, and then we're gonna talk about it. Remember, Pat Patrick almost did the same thing. I can tell you a couple of times that I didn't see pedigrees change. Seen a pedigree change on Grand Champion Buck. I've seen a pedigree change on, who was that? On Polly. Wasn't that Lady in Red? Polly. You know, they just changed it and put it as AKA. Well, I saw it, it can't be an AKA if you change the whole pedigree. Lady in Red was not bred like that. Might have been Red Lady, but I'll check that out. But I know there was something in there where they had to change change either from Lady in Red or Red Lady to Polly, who was Dolly Littermaid's sister, which was ROM herself. Back over here to Hooten Snake. I got a letter I wanted to show you guys, you know, pertaining to this thing, which I found, one would like to thank Fat Bill for including this in that information he gave me. Hopefully y'all can see this. This is a letter from Norman Hooten, dated 1986, December 10th. The letter goes out to Ralph Greenwood at the ADBA. It says, I am submitting this letter as a formal request for the correction of the pedigree of the dog known as Hooten Snake, in the assurance of a registration certificate showing the correct breeding of that dog as submitted on the enclosed application for registration. I would further request that all future registration certificates issued by the ADBA on dogs that are descendants of Hooten snakes show the correct breeding as noted. Primary reasons for this request is to, at long last, set the record straight as to the true breeding of Hooten snake, in order to allow the breeders of future American Pit Bull Terriers to show correctly the pedigree of the dogs that have Hooten snake in their ancestry. I have received numerous phone calls and letters from dog breeders all over the United States and some foreign countries over the past few years requesting copies of the true pedigree of Hooten snake. I have I complied in every case and have decided that it would be in the best interest of the dog breeders everywhere and the American Pit Bull Terrier in general to make this request. I do not know, nor will I ever know, why our good friend Maurice Carver showed Hooten snake to be sired by Carver's Ironhead, and out of Carver's Miss Spike, as he knew as well as I did that snake was sired by Hooten's champion Butcher Boy, and out of Carver's One Eye, a bitch given to me by Maurice in 1969. In fact, snake was to be given to Maurice by me in return for One Eye, but as he was the only male in that litter, Maurice kindly refused to take him. I have enclosed an application for registration and notarized sworn statement for statement of fact concerning the true breeding of Hooten snake, and I have respectfully asked that you honor this request, as usual, as it is for the good of the breed and the breeders who are concerned, and rightfully so, in true and correct pedigrees of descendants of Hooten snake. I would further request that in the event you honor this request that you print an editorial of such in the Gazette so as to notify breeders of the change and allow those that so desire to make the necessary corrections on the pedigree of their dogs having Hooten snake in their ancestry. I strongly believe and feel that you agree in true and accurate registration of our dogs, and hope in view of that fact that you will concur with me on this matter and honor this request. Should you require further information or explanation, please do not hesitate to contact me at any time. Norman Hooten. Yeah, how many of y'all remember that? How many of y'all been around back then when, back there in the day when they had Snooty, Daddy Hooten snake off of Ironhead? I remember that. Because I had dogs real early in the 80s. Remember? Back in 83 and 82, I had Judo on them. That's where they came from. It was off of Snooty bred to Molly B. And back then, wish I had those papers. Back then, they did have Hooten snake off of Ironhead. I know my papers did. That was back around 82, 83. Smeller, we had a dog off of Smeller who was Bruiser. We had papers on him. And on his pedigree, on his ADBA papers that we got, they had on there whose snake was off of Ironhead in Miss Spike. It wasn't later on until around, like you said, around 80, 88, 89, maybe been one of those where it started getting changed. You know, they never did. I don't know if they ever changed Buck's, but I remember when Pat Patrick tried to change Buck's original pedigree, you know, off of Golden Boy back to Patrick Lotator. And they used to have that out there where he had made a change. I don't know how he made such a mistake, but he actually tried to get the record set straight. And same thing with the Polly Dolly thing, you know, with the Polly Red Lady thing. You know, these are times where the ADBA had to fix a mistake. Now, why Maurice Carver did that? Well, you already know that's just an indicator. Not like we didn't know that he played with the papers. I mean, that ain't a fact. I mean, here's a letter from Norman Hooten saying he did.
Shout out to my man, Dirk the Fathom for the super chat with the 10-piece. Appreciate the love, fam.
My question is that a friend with no honor, or is that a friend that's trying to get away with some shit and just got caught up in the motion? You know, Snake was producing Snooty and them. He has the pedigree. I don't know if they even have an old pedigree. Let's see if they got an old one back in here. The old way. Let's see. Anything, let's just check and see if there's anything old back. You know, they're all off of Butcher Board. But I know this much. Back in our time, you know, like I said, our papers did have Carver's iron head on it. I don't know when he started making the fuss. I think Judah was around 84, 85. You know, that's when Judah was around. That's when we got Judah when we was down south, and his pedigree papers definitely had Ironhead as Hooten Snake's daddy and Miss Spike as his mother. That was his ADBA papers. I guess it changed through the years. But, you know, like you said, was he trying to steal my man Shine? Or was he just trying to sell some dogs? What y'all think? I think you were trying to steal the Shine, or do you really think he was trying to just, you know, it made a better pedigree, you know, with Ironhead on that night? We can't take nothing away from Ironhead. We definitely can't take nothing away from Ironhead. But when we click on that Butcher Boy, take a real good look at Butcher Boy. The Butcher Boy was double bred. Fitzwater's Goldie. It's Fitzwater's Goldie.
Golden Marie Carver, they're better than Carver though.
Yeah. Oh, deep. See what kind of good dogs is coming off of this, right? Okay, there's Fitzwater's Goldie. Right? That Heinzel stuff, right? Kobe Heinzel, Leitner. Notice where it's going. You see where it takes us, right? For those that don't know where it takes us. Take us to Klaus Zeke. Anybody know who Klaus Zeke's son is? One of many? Right, Indian Bolio. All bull. Two lines right there, basically. Just in those two dogs right there, took off in their own little thing. Yep, Orphan Annie, Carver's Orphan Annie, the whole little clique. They got it down here as Carver's Bolio, Carver's Orphan Annie. Notice these dogs took off their own way. This is like more like the Soul's dog here, Sorrell's dog. Then you have Bolio. We know which way Bolio went. Took right off toward the Patrick side of it. So when we look at this, he can be a Carver dog, but he got, he can be Carver, Bolio. It's like a line of dogs that took off in different directions, and I wouldn't see why he would have wanted to change that anyway, because it seemed like the better dogs were swinging around here on that anyway. I mean, Fitzwater Goldie, you can find that in Patrick. You'll find that in Sorrell's dogs. And you'll find that in the Eli shit when it comes down to Carver's Orphan Annie. Go pull up Annie. I'm going to just pull up these dogs. These are all the dogs. Came that way. Now, I'm going to go grab Ironhead now. We're going to go concentrating on this one here because this is the stuff that created Snooty's line. Orphan Annie. You look at Orphan Annie went a lot of ways. One favorable one would be Orphan Annie 2. Bred to Eli. Those dogs went a whole other direction. Usually when you find Orphan Annie, you're going to find her being bred into these Carver dogs. Same with the Sorrell stuff. Go to him. Again, off of Klaus Zeke. That one was dead. Try this one. So he looked like a snooty dog. Still can't hide that look. Let's see if they read. Let's see. They went on Bred Dog Letter Soul him to Sorrell. He produced Greenwood champion Noah, STP champion Eagle, Anglo champion Chino, champion CB, Clyde, a two-time winner, Sorrows, Meddler, Mayor's Invader, two-time winner. This dog and held his own as a stud. Yeah, all of them. Nobody can't. We ain't seeing none of his litters. You know what I mean? It would be nice. hit them all. Did I hit this one? Definitely hit that one. That one. That's the same dog. Yeah, brother the Bolio. And champion roadblock. Honey Walker Red. So let's see if we can pull them up on here. Yeah, that's better. What I wanted to point out was, if you notice, I said the Sorrel dogs. He was a major factor. See that, fellas? My peeps, y'all see that, right? You see the names in there. You'll find these names in a lot of pedigrees, especially them guys you love, those Sorrel dogs. This dog is what? Litter mates to Indian Bolio and Orphan Annie. Is that what we saw? Remember, these dogs took off in their own. So we got the same results. Now, see, this says we got him going to, this bull here is off of Daisy. I think that's the same one. So I got 2 pedigrees, y'all. Go back and check that. Okay, yeah. Our brother, the Indian Bolio, and let me see on Orphan Annie. Yeah, all of them have. Orphan Annie was off a Red Lady. Carver's Orphan Annie was off a Red Lady. Indian Bolio was off a Carver's Goldie. And O'Collier was off of Daisy. That was Daisy. Now, if y'all notice something, man, Zeke had to be a hell of a stud dog because he produced some producing dogs. Remember why we over here looking at Zeke? Looking at Zeke. Zeke was Fitzwater's Goldie. Fitzwater's Goldie. You know, we'll find that now. We know where we're going to find him at. We're going to find that Fitzwater's Goldie in Bolio, Bull, and Annie. And in the long term, moving forward, those are very important dogs in the history that we can talk of today. Buck stuff, Snooty stuff, Sorrel stuff, Eli stuff. You know, a lot of that Rascal stuff. It was using a lot of crosses with the Rascal with that Orphan Annie stuff. I used to have it when I first started out. But yeah. But what if he would have been? What if they would have left it at the Ironhead? Remember when we got our papers back in the day, Ironhead was on our papers. I remember there was an argument one time where they was actually talking about it. O'Powell was lady talking about it, saying that Snooty wasn't no iron-head dog. He always said that that dog, he said Snooty didn't look like Ironhead and them. Said the Snooty looked like Zeke. That had white face. It was one thing I always remember they talked about. See, back then, I didn't know who Ironhead was. So that's what my paper said. And he always said, no, Snooty ain't got that Ironhead in him. He got Butcher Boy. He got Zeke in him. He looked like Zeke. We said we got a picture of Butcher Boy. When they was all taking their dogs down there to James Edwards. James Edwards was one of the coldest ear cutters you could ever run across. He cut a whole damn litter. Pick the whole litter up and throw them in a box and let them bleed out and then tell you, now you go in and you just give them a couple of days, you got to start pulling them ears. You got to pull them. You don't pull them, they're going to turn into piggy ears. Yes, he did. Yep. Cut Solo's ears. That bitch was off of, it had the papers to her too. Low Posse's busted, Low Posse's queen. She was a puppy. Cut her ears, one of the nicest cuts you want to see on a bulldog too. And it fit her. Nice cut, look just like these. Nice cut, didn't use no guard, nothing. He just whoop up, throw him in a box, and let's go on outside and grab us a beer and just sit out there and talk a while it bleed out. Don't have to stab up. It's going to be real sore for a couple of days, but you know, regardless, you're going to have to pull them. If they start scabbing up, you're going to have to start pulling them. That's how we did it. It came out pretty. See that Fitzwater's Goldie, he stretches out there, don't he? Now, why do y'all think he changed? Why do you think that Mr. Hooten had to send that over to the ADB? Why couldn't Maurice Carver just fix it on? Why did it have to go that far? Was it we always throw it around that Maurice was swapping around papers, and they was friends. I mean, he had a chance to have him. He had a chance to have Snake, the only puppy in the litter. No, man, you go ahead and keep him. Only male in the litter. No, you go ahead and keep him, man. That's the only male. You go ahead and keep him. He dropped him off going out of town, and all of a sudden he got some puppies. Well, hey, if he bred the Arch Missy, my question would be, they admitted to breeding the Arch Missy, then why would he change and put Ironhead up there is beyond me. Because for many years, it was Ironhead on Snooty's papers. I know it because I had them. I don't know if they was changed by the time Tiny Man and all of them came along. Yeah, Butcher Boy was Snooty's daddy. Was Snake's daddy, yeah. Right. But they had it, on ours it was Ironhead, Carver's Iron. Carver's Ironhead bred to Miss Spike. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they fixed it. But we didn't know we didn't know it register like that, but we noticed it changed down the line. And they did go on for a while. I mean, James Powell used to say, he used to tell us, man, they was the main ones just to say that them boys down there in Texas was playing with papers. Now, I don't know where Pat Patrick lived. You know, but that was another one that they was always saying that, you know, didn't know how to keep up with his papers. Right, because mm-hmm. This was in our time, back in our time when we got Junior, and it was around 84. We was up in Ohio. He was a puppy then. By the time he got to Ohio, it was 86. It was a whole new story coming up. About Snooty wasn't off, but Snooty didn't have iron head in him. The snake wasn't off of iron, it was off of Butcher Boy. Well, they're gonna actual breeding right there. Now they fell out over that. You know, they didn't come to blows. But for the life of him, Mr. Hooten just never understood why, you know. Well, I'm pretty sure. Did you think he knew that Maurice Carver would swap out papers? If, you know, they got damn friendly with each other. And many people said that Maurice Carver would just have a stack of papers in a drawer. And he would sell a puppy and just go to that drawer and go through papers and just see, you know, what color matched the puppy, and just that's the papers went with the puppy. These are the stories that I used to hear. You know? So while I'm at it, I think I'm gonna go, let's pull up Ironhead. I mean, Ironhead was a good producer for him too, though. Ironhead, but I mean, but don't it change the whole aspect and concept of if you're gonna breed by the pedigree that you get? Shouldn't it be very important that it be right? Because what if you matching up the wrong stuff? Thinking it's one way. I say if it's good, you know, if it's good, you know, the damn dog gonna make the papers fit, regardless whether the papers is fake or not. Dog just put a name to them fake ass papers. That's all. That's what we gonna work with. We're gonna go based on that right there. That's like Charlie knowing he red and white, and you know what I'm saying. Yeah, he having a brindle ass dog like Ace and them. You know what I'm saying? But then the other thing was, it kind of make me wonder is, you know, where did the red come from? You know, because I think the dog name was Rambo and Butch. Them dogs was, they would have, I could have took them as a coming off of Charlie. But none of them dogs red or white. That's for damn sure. Wasn't none of them red or white. Nothing like Charlie. Nothing over there that came out of Supernat yard looking like Charlie. You know, when it comes to that Ace stuff. I never seen a dog off of Ace or any of them other dogs that gave up a red and white dog like Charlie. I always went along with the papers because that's what the papers said. But I never forgot what Supernat said too when he said that he had Ace, Ace's daddy, Charlie, and Angus on the yard at the same time. Here's Ironhead. Well, you can see why he probably did it that way. At that time, it looked pretty good, don't it? And in a way, it looked like he could pass for a snake, though, don't it? Well, back then it didn't take 4 champions to be all around. Back in that time, it didn't take but 3. There's Ironhead and Miss Spike right there. Eyes Mini right there. You already know them dogs take off and they got their own little runoff going in their own line of dogs. So I can see why it's a nice pedigree. You got Ironhead, the Arts Missy. Carver Satch. Satch. Ironhead and Mini. And Breed. Man, I liked that. I see what they was doing, and he was getting results. It was getting results. Look at pattern. Double bred Ironhead on the top, y'all. I can see where you got it mixed up. I mean, it might have been one of them things you ran in there and grabbed out the drawer. You know what I'm saying? Had a whole bunch of, you know, Ironhead and Miss Spike and just grabbed the wrong paper. That's all. Trying to match up the color. He could have got away with it. Man, if I had a picture of some of you off that Ironhead and Miss Spike, find us a sibling in there that got a picture of, if we can put it together. Let's check out Honey. A picture of Honey. See, they even got a Hooten snake there. See it right there? Yeah, Hooten snake coming off of Ironhead and Miss Spike. There's one right here. So let's see how they get this off. Look, they got Wood Snooty coming off of Hooten snake with Arts Missy with Ironhead and Miss Spike being the mom and daddy. Now, I don't know who. Let's see if they got any offspring. You know what I mean? Look, they got Crenshaw Missy in there. So Brewer's copy. You know? Yeah, y'all seen even Hannah Patch down in there. See, somebody was running it. That was 2009. You would think that story would have got fixed by then. I just seen Hannah Patch. Where she? There she. They got her bred to Snooty that way. Whole list of dogs. Half pint. See, this is the right. See, you got it right here. But what y'all think, man? I mean, it's awful close though. You know what would you do if one of your boys pulled that shit on you? You leave him in your dog, he has the litter, he don't tell you that he bred your shit. But you come back, you got a whole bunch of dogs over there in the yard looking like your male. You know, who them puppies off of? He finds out that they ain't off the way he had it. You know, it looked too much like your puppies. You think Norman Hooten went over there and seen all them white-faced, half-faced dogs? And told him, man, I don't know, I wasn't my dog. You didn't have my dog long, but damn, man, them sure look like damn my line. Them sure look like mine. Them damn dogs don't look nothing like no iron head. But back in the day, this is the pedigree 88 papers that I got, and it wasn't in no 2001. It was back there in the early, like in the middle of the 80s. When I got judo, it was like 84, 84. I would put that around the time that, you know, and we had papers on the dog. So he got that corrected in 86. Then I had the old papers. You know, and I used to hear the story. Definitely didn't understand the story, but definitely heard the story that Snooty's daddy's snake was off a butcher boy. But on my papers, he was off of Ironhead, and for many years, I let my papers be, you know, do it on their own. I never got a chance to breed the dog, so, you know, I probably would have got a chance to get the right makeup. But me, he was a brindle dog. Now, who was throwing brindle dogs? You know what I'm saying? That was the one thing that threw me off with judo. You know, that cross. Let me get back to the right cross. This is not Snooty's original paper. This is not Snake's original paper. But you see how they got Snake here. And it never got me to understand out all their ears is clipped. I think that's the. This is Ironhead stuff now. You know, make me wonder when you got Snooty, when you see that brindle, all that brindle there, you got judo being a brindle. Judo was just a brindle brown dog, not no gray dog, nothing like that. He was just a brown dog. He didn't have no double patches on his face, no red and white patches, none of that. He was just a brindle dog. Let's see if I can pull his pedigree up. But my thing is, that's just another example of, you know, the antics that Maurice Carver was doing in the game. Yeah, everybody that had dogs off of Snooty had to get evidently would have had to get their papers changed. They would have had to get their papers changed. Because everybody, I mean, we had papers on Smeller. You know, we had Bruiser. Bruiser was off of Smeller. We had papers on him. And there was no doubt that, you know, these dogs was, you know, we thought, again, until I got to Ohio, I didn't really know much about none of this shit until Pope got his hands on it. Now, Pope, he was another person that actually said something about the Ironhead Butcher Boy situation. One of his remarks was, I was judo brindle. Where did the brindle come from? I mean, coming through what? Iron head. Didn't know what the hell he meant. I thought they can all throw any kind of color. He always made a fuss about that. Dog here was brindle. Brindle. Came from James Edwards. His papers didn't have this back then. It had Iron Head and Miss Spike. You know what I'm saying? Iron Head and Miss Spike. You got Pistol and Miss Spike. Now, is there any way in there that there's a reason why this dog right here? Is there any brindle in this stuff, y'all? I know Molly B wasn't brindle. Molly B wasn't brindle, so where did the brindle come from? So, I mean, I'm saying, looking at it the way this is, where could Judo have got the brindle from? Wasn't red. Wasn't no red and white, and as a matter of fact, Levi was brindle and white. He was right off of Snooty. Yeah, he had a brindle body. So, you know, the brindle definitely came from somewhere off of Snooty, because Levi was definitely brindle and white. See, where blood at? That's blood right here. This dog right here is a black dog. That's blood. And he had a little mate brother that was BA, black dog. Dog right here. Yeah, my question would be, there goes Stevenson's Big Ben, Molly B's daddy. No, I would think, you know, this dog was brindle and white. And you say, where would you get the brindle and white at? You know what I mean? This dog here. Damn, got his registration pedigree down in. I'll see it. My boy James Powell had this dog. He was brindle and white, and Judah was brindle. He had no white paws, no white nothing. He was just straight brindle. And he wasn't a dark brindle. He was like a brown brindle. More like, almost like not a red brindle, because even Molly B wasn't no red dog. He was more like a dark, like a copper color. Judah was more like almost not a light brindle, but a brown brindle dog. I never seen Smeller. I would love to see a picture of Smeller. I never questioned the colors. I never did question the colors until later on. The reason why I fell in line is because Miss Pooh Red, you got Boomerang and Minnie and all those dogs, and now you got the Ironhead stuff in there. You know, Doodle was off of Snooty, Molly B breeding. But when you look at this breeding here, Smeller, I could see, you know, Ruther was like Bruiser will put you in mind of Tyrone. Bruiser looked like Tyrone. He had Tyrone's color, the black mask, that you know, that red, that really like a reddish color, reddish brown color. He looked at this. I mean, Bruiser would have been, but his head was bigger than Tyrone, and he was definitely a bigger dog. So we had a dog named Bruiser right off a smeller. You know, I wish I knew, more about the colors of these dogs. You know, I never really paid attention, even when it came down to Miss Poohar Red. You know, when they say Miss Poohar Red, was she a red dog? I don't know. See, there's that Eyes Minnie right there being bred to Boomerang and produced her. No, she was a registered mare. The registered mare. Definitely producing dogs. Champion Miss Smeller. Old Levi right there. Champion Red Lady. He made some breedings with Levi too before he left. So we see what we're doing here. I was wondering what color she was. It's Judah Little Mate's sister. Blood Little Mate's sister, right? Yeah. VA, yep. No, I don't think BA was up here. Yeah, but he had a Little Mate brother, BA and Blood. That's what their names was. That's not, I mean, I'm still asking the question like, okay. You see, they did make these breedings. And they some nice ass breeders back there. Look at them. When they got this all in 2012, trust me, y'all, this shit is old. This shit is in the 80s right here. All this right here, this is in the 80s. I'm talking about before I left Carolinas in 86. These dogs was in full motion. These dogs was, Smeller was an older dog, and Bruiser was older than all of them. He was the oldest dog out of all of them. Coming off of Levi. So that's how old Levi was. He wasn't no young dog. That's how I was able to see. I met Mr. Triplet. Even saw Stevenson's Big Ben. You know, and they didn't know nothing about these dogs. Heard about them, seen them in person, but then didn't know who they was until I got to Ohio and Pope hit me up to who these dogs were. That's when I started getting the respect of, the dog men that I was around during that time. Like I said, I had the old papers where Snooty was an iron head. Hooten Snake was coming off an iron head. You know what I mean? And never, like I said, we never got a chance to breed him. We was too busy doing him. So once they saw how good he was, he became a mark and got stolen. Never got no puppies off of him to even find out. I had his papers for a long time too. I had all their papers for quite some time. When they raided my house, they took all my papers and all my journals, and I never did get none of that stuff back. So I would have seen the actual ADBA papers on all these dogs. I mean, the Low Posse Buster dog, I had Solo's papers off of Low Posse Buster and Queen. I don't know what they do. I don't know how many puppies can you have? Low Posse Queen Buster, what were they doing? Just sitting there breeding Low Posse Buster the Queen? That's what the guys, about 20 or 30 of them. And what was their colors? Because, you know, if Buster was a black dog, Solo was sure broke something because she was a red brindle dog. Red nose, red brindle. Docky little bitch too. So I guess now, y'all, we can start looking at genetics and start saying, well, damn. You know, do you have to really know the color of your shit to make sure that this shit is lining up? Was he trying to make a Carver line behind Mr. Hooten and take the credit? And if he took the credit, tried to take the credit, well, he didn't even know the dog was going to, you know, did he know the dog was going to be something? Or did he start getting shit off the dog? And Hooten was like, hey, that was a good breed, knowing that was my shit. I need to get my respect for that's my breeding. And then another question is, how did he know? If he had Hooten snake on Carver's yard, then Carver went and registered Hooten snake as Ironhead and Miss Spike. You would think that, you know, when he got his dog back, or did he see the puppies, or did he see some type of registration, or did somebody call Mr. Hooten and say, hey man, I got this dog, man, and I just need to know, you know, I know the line. Now, there's something wrong with this.
Carver.
Well, actually, he said he did. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Because remember,
yeah, that's right. Right.
Because he
was going to give him the only male.
He had one eye. Because Carver gave him one eye. He was going to give him back. So that he could take it. But no misspiking, knowing he had one eye in the damn litter. Still a shocker. Because as friends, and you my friend enough to give me one eye, you know what I mean? And then act like that.
Well, maybe he was hoping that Mr. Hooten would go along with the lie.
But I thought, you know what? Because he did give me the dog, he did give me one eye. And, you know, maybe he wanted him to go along with the story, you know what I'm saying? That's where it all fell apart with. But then I think what made that go bad is when he had Butcher Boy on the yard. When he made that breed.
They produced Snooty in it.
Yeah, the art. That's where it fell apart at. At that point, Carver was trying to.
I mean, it's not like we ain't spoke on this before about Maurice Carver swapping papers. I mean, I heard some guys arguing this very point when 1986, y'all see a letter. So for those that didn't believe that the man was swapping papers and having an issue, that is evidence. You know, I mean, thanks for that information, Fat Bill, because I wish I'd have had it back then when everybody was defending the man. I mean, I even think I was you trying to defend him a little bit there, Bill. Bill, Got the evidence right there in your lap, Bill. He was playing with them papers, man. That ain't no mistake. Butcher Boy, they want Butcher Boy to be the man. He needed his name. They must have been selling some dogs. I would have been buying dogs every time I'd have got me $200 or $300. I'd probably been over Maurice Carver's yard with a whole lot of fake papers. Because the man was throwing some great dogs, whether the papers was right or not. The man was throwing some great dogs. Now that's the whole issue right there. He was a great breeder. You know, I am tending to believe when you got that many dogs, because I had a lot of dogs, I had a lot of papers. And you got to damn near have a file cabinet with your shit marked in each ADBA paper you get registered in. You got to damn near have a folder, you know, particularly putting this in here, putting this in there. When you do this, you got to be on point. Fuck that up, you might as well get every paper you register and throw it in the drawer and do the Maurice Carver thing. I can't remember what litter that motherfucker from. What color is he? Well, yeah, let me see. I'm telling you, because if it don't be for that, I would have got mixed up too. Some dogs, you know, when you start moving stuff around and getting rid of shit, don't throw away the papers still be around. That's the funny thing about it, because see, when you do yard cleaning, you know, you don't go in there and update the file. I didn't. So I had a lot of all my dogs that even when they was gone, long gone, and you know, got rid of, I still was sitting on the papers. You know, so I had a lot of papers. I think the smartest thing I did is when I had a litter and I registered with the ADBA and the ADBA sent me my papers. You know, one thing I kept them all together. I always kept that signed copy until I got my papers from the ADBA. Got that signed paper from the stud. Then I wrote up, you know, my pedigree, signature of the stud on there, and I was sending to the ADBA with how many dogs I had. I had how many females, I had how many males. Here's all their colors. Then when I get them, I'll put them in a file with the name of the mama and the daddy on the outside of the folder. So if I was looking for one, I would know who the mama and daddy of these puppies I'm looking for. I had a file cabinet. I could go in and do that. But you take me back around Maurice Carver time, and he's got way more dogs than me. For some odd reason, he's registering all that shit. All that shit had papers. You know what I'm saying? All them dogs had papers. So I don't think he had a system. I don't think he was intentionally swapping papers. I just think the man would grab a damn, I mean, and this is the honest God truth. They said he had him in a drawer. He would just go in that drawer, pick out some papers, match that dog closest age, in color, and that would become that dog. And I think that's what probably happened with Snake. So he ran in there and said, well, what the hell? I don't remember. Oh, what the hell? I just grabbed this one right here and used this one. It's my shit. No, more Carver. No, maybe he didn't think his boy would bust him out. One day Mr. Hooten called me and was like, freeze! Oh! And hey man, what's up with Snake, man? Why you got Ironhead on there, man, instead of Butcher Boy? You gotta fix that, bro. That's simple. But he didn't. Okay, now that goes back, like Mike said, that goes back to who's being honorable here. You ain't being honorable to your friend, that's for damn sure. Because it wouldn't have had to take me to go through all that with the ADBA when I would have been looking for my friend to fix that for me. I mean, especially if you taking a dog that I had on your yard and you register him to a dog that you bred while you had my dog, at least put my dog's pedigree up. But you didn't. You took my dog, bred to your dog, and then you made that dog yours. yours and your shit. That's what he did. Now, that's not honorable. I can't see what happened where they couldn't straighten that out amongst other, yet they was willing to pass dogs and leave dogs back and forth on each other's yard. Maurice Carver really that, fucked up that he would cross even a friend? That's an honorable question. Was Maurice Carver even honorable at all? Me, I used to give him a pass about the jaw because I really believe the jaw, because if you had a lot of dogs and you deal with a lot of ADBA papers, if you ain't got a filing system, that shit can get mixed up. That shit can get mixed up. You couldn't dare take me back on my yard and start telling me to name a lot of the dogs that I had. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I'll tell you only the ones that matter. Be sitting up there with pedigree papers right there, a whole damn drawer full of them mugs, and you be ratting names off. Which one you named this one? You remember him? No.
I mean, Wolfie Studios said, "When most don't get the meaning of friendship or honor."
I mean, in these days and time, I can honestly tell you there is definitely the truth to that, because the most important thing that I call honorable is when you get jammed in some shit, you handle your own shit. That's honorably. I call that honor. Look, when they arrested me, they let that investigation open to snatch up anybody that they can bring in hopes that they can get me fucked up by telling on me. And, I must have had me being the honorable person that I was, I shut down everything. And when I say shut down, I didn't talk to nobody. Nobody. Anybody that had a dog, I didn't have nothing to say to you. I didn't do that for them. I did it for me to keep them from getting caught up in my shit.
I mean, T. Diddy said Carver was dead when they changed it. Why he was alive didn't they change it?
Hey, that's a good question. But let's go back and find out. I think there's another piece of this puzzle here. Hold on, let's go see. Hold on, let me go pull that one up. David, is that one, Mike? Or was there another one? Let me see. That one. 19. Year this is 1996. That's 96. This is the letter he sent to Bill. There's a letter in 1996 that he sent to Bill. It says, enclosed are copies of the pedigrees of the dogs I am forced to sell to raise money for attorney fees to continue my battle against the state police in the federal court in Texas. The prices I have put on them are what I think they are worth based on the quality in their bloodline. Please feel free to price them to sell on today's market, as I must raise some money ASAP to continue my fight for freedom. Thank you. Keep scratching. You see what he said? He said thank you and keep scratching. Norman. That was interesting. I wonder what he was selling. That was the bill there. There's one on here. Greenwood. Better. We're doing both. The letter September, this one. Right, this is the letter to Greenwood on Snake. Wasn't that? First one. But that's the one I read. Read that. It's right. Letter, right? Listen. First one. And that was 96, but those letters was in, hey, when did Maurice Carver die? Anybody know? Somebody holler out there. Somebody tell me when Maurice Carver died. Them letters was in 86. Yeah, this was in 86 here. Let me show you. 1986 right here. When did Maurice Carver die? Somebody tell me when Maurice Carver died. Please. Oh, shit. Damn it. Good dude. How about that? Hold on. Jumped off of somewhere and took me everywhere. Hold on, y'all. Go back. This is a sworn affidavit of facts right here from Norton Hooten. Who Snake? I mean, Maurice Carver died in 79. Yeah, well, we see it right here in January 1970. Okay, it says, I, Norman Hooten, do hereby declare the following written statement of facts concerning the true breeding of an American Pit Bull named Hooten Snake to be true and correct to the best of my knowledge. In 1969, I was given a female American Pit Bull known as Carver's One Eye by my good friend Maurice Carver. In January of 1970, I bred Carver's One Eye to a male American Pit Bull Terrier owned by me by the name of Hooten's Butcher Boy. A litter of 5 puppies from this breeding was born on March 16, 1970. 4 of the pups were females and 1 was a male. We heard this story, right? A red fawn with white markings. And 1 was a male, a red fawn with white markings. This pup was later named Hooten Snake. Okay? Says, due to the prior agreement between Maurice Carver and myself, I was to give 1 male puppy to him in return for his giving me the female known as Carver's One Eye. At weaning age, I took the pup known as Hooten Snake to San Antonio to give Maurice. As per our agreement, Maurice refused because he was the only male of the litter. It said the pup was raised by me and later taken by me to the yard of Maurice Carver to be kept by him for me while I was on the road. At this time, he had a bitch on his yard by the name of Arch Missy, and Maurice bred Snake to Missy at least once. Snake was later sold by me to Bobby Hall and died shortly after. That was 1986. Signed by Norman Hooten. December 12th of 1996. No, 86. So those puppies was born in 1970. So what y'all think? You waited till after the man was dead? Well, you see, he was definitely speaking up on it in 1986. Again, and Snooty was around. Snooty died before 86. I'm almost positive. I know it was shortly after I left. I left in 80. I left the Carolinas in 86. And I know back in 82, we back in 81 and 82, we saw Snooty. He was old. That's a good question. Now, if he bred Snooty around that time, then you would wonder, well, why did he wait so long to step up? Was he scared of Maurice Carver? Still called him a good old friend in 86. He's just trying to straighten out some stuff. But if he died in 70, if Maurice Carver died in 79, he was real late. And why would it make such a difference in 86? And Snooty was dying himself shortly after that. Really before this. I know Snooty died around in that time when we saw him, we was 81, 82 when we saw Snooty. Yeah, he got the headstone the next time I came back. Yeah, when I came back to North Carolina, Atlas had gave Snooty had gave Tony the headstone to Snooty's grave when he was getting out of the dogs. Time he got out of the dogs, he gave Tony Wade Snooty's headstone. I ain't got my years down pat because it's been such a long time. But I saw Snooty. He was an old ass dog when I saw him. You know what I mean? I didn't see Smeller. I definitely seen Snooty, and I seen this blue-eyed dog that was black and white with a one blue eye. Looked just like Snooty in his colors, but he was black and white instead of red and white. That was blue. I got to Ohio, met Pope. Pope had that same dog on his yard. And I told Pope, I know that dog. I seen that dog before. He said, where you see this dog at? I said, I seen that dog on Atlas Brewer's yard. His name was Blue. That's what Pope said. That is Blue. Bullshitting. I said, yeah, I saw that dog. He was down there on Atlas Brewer's yard. That's where you got the dog. That really messed him up, especially even after we showed him that that's what made us go home. That's what made us go home and get Judo's papers so we could show Pope, that, dog that we had, he came from Atlas Yard. That, it was already Blue. That the fact that I called that dog's name and told him that I seen that dog on Atlas Yard, not knowing, him knowing that I was down. I told him we was at Atlas. He knew that. He told us our dog was off of Snooty and Molly breed. And, and then he was showing his dog. And when we seen that one, we was like, I seen him before. I seen him on Atlas Yard. That blew him away. I said, that dog name was Blue, because that blue eye got. He said, yep, that's what his name is, Blue. So I know, I saw him. I saw him on the yard. And I saw Snooty on the yard. This was in '86 when I got back up to Ohio. My first time meeting Pope, I saw Blue on his yard. Told him who the dog was. Then ran home, got my papers that I had on blood, BA, and judo, and bought them to Pope. And that's how he started teaching us the pedigree. He said, man, you know where y'all was? You know who you was out there hanging out with? And then I busted out the low posse queen stuff, and that really blew him away. Because James Edwards gave us that puppy. This is how I learned how to start reading pedigree. Because I had the 8 generation papers. Pope said, look, man, you need to go ahead and get your papers signed up and get them registered in your name. He showed me how to register them and all that. I got them all changed into my name. And he told me to get the 16th generation so he could show me how these dogs was bred and how they was doing things. And I did just what he told me. I registered the dogs because all I had was the papers. They were still in Atlas and them names signed and everything by everybody. And I had never turned them into the ADBA. I took them over to James Pope. James Pope told me exactly what to do. That's what I started doing from that day forward. That day forward, I started registering all the dogs, making sure all the dogs had ADBA papers. Good thing about it, what was good about it was the fact that Atlas and James was giving me papers on these dogs. ADBA papers. I'm going to tell y'all. They did not have they didn't have Butcher Boy on my papers. I know they did. They did not have that. Because we always said, remember Paul used to talk shit about that. Paul used to say that your dog was off of Butcher Boy. We don't know who Butcher Boy are. We knew who Ironhead was because we always talking about they was Ironhead dogs because that's what they was calling. back then, Ironhead was a name that was ringing, so you know. But you see, they changed it.
So Ironhead dogs they were talking about back then, all black.
Yeah.
Boy next door.
Yeah, Kane.
Kane.
He had that Busted D dog. That dog, he was supposed to have been off of Ironhead. He was black. Dude, B.A. and them was black. And Blood and them was black.
Eddie had.
One of Eddie had was black. Them dogs right there, I believe, they was coming, they might have been off of that, but they still have Snooty because Smeller was still, I was off of Smeller. And I mean, yeah, Levi was a black, a white brindle dog. He had snooty markings, but he was brindle. His color was brindle and white. So he had that white head like Snooty, but he was brindle. All his patches were brindle. That was Levi. He was off of Smeller. What Smeller looked like Tyrone. I mean, even then, they was Bruiser. Bruiser had that Tyrone look. They were calling him Ironhead dog. They called Blood. Even Pope did. Pope called them Ironhead dogs. That's what their papers said back then. They didn't have Butcher Boy on their papers back then when I had it. They had Ironhead and Miss Spike. They used to brag about that. You know how good Ironhead and Miss Spike was? Those Maurice Carver dogs. I knew so much about Maurice Carver because there was if it was anything that excited him the most, James Pope loved Maurice Carver. And he would tell you the man was full of shit. But I swear to God, I believe the Pope learned that bullshit from Maurice Carver. That the man analyzed everything. He really was good with papers. He really knew how to read papers. I mean, I was so infatuated with the breedings and the fact that he had my head so swollen on the fact that, you know, he never let us forget, you know, we was on the yard of some great dogmen. You know, not a lot of people, especially our color. I mean, he had Mr. Abernathy. Remember Doc, you know, Reverend Dak, that was his name, Reverend Dak. I remember him. I always remember Mr. Abernathy. And when it came down to me getting a Jeep, bitch, I remember Mr. Arnello. I know the Jeep bitch, she came out of Texas from Mr. Arnello. How do I know? Because it was Mr. Arnello that called me to make sure was sending the papers to Goldie to the right home, to the right house. Pope had the dog, but Mr. Arnello hadn't sent Pope the papers, and Pope had him sending them papers to me. That's the triple Jeep bitch tonight. You know what I mean? And the one damn thing about it, the way I knew she was a daughter of Jeep was that day. Now, everything prior to that, we went on Pope's word. But Pope was the one that told me never get a dog unless that dog got papers. But Cody didn't have papers at first, but he quickly showed me in the journal where Mr. Arnello had her and he had bred her. And when I got that phone call, Mr. Arnello, I think his name was Rick, something like that. But I know he called me and he asked me the address to be sure he had the right address, send Cody's papers. And he told me how she lost her leg. And said she was game as all outdoors. And to me, I was wanting to breed her. But I knew when I got her, a dog like that, we was not going to get, we knew. We bred her twice. And one of the breedings was the blood. We bred her to blood, and we didn't get no puppies. the first indicator that, you know, maybe she wasn't getting, was she spaded? And we thought she got spaded. But she never had a puppy boy, not one. Then we bred her twice, and then after that, we never tried to breed her again. We just took care of her, and she died an old lady on. But just the fact that I had a super jig bitch, she was game of all outdoors. It was just a proud thing for me to, you know, I felt like it was a proud dog to have in my yard. A lot of people wanted to see what a triple red Jeep bitch looked like. She had a red nose, and she was why they called her Goldie. She looked just like Jeep too, y'all. She did. She had a beautiful body, but she had that gold look. She almost looked like Gator. Yeah, she was like Gator, Champion Gator. That's what she looked like. Looked like Champion Gator, and she was for a three-legged dog. That bitch had more fire than a grown. I mean, the way she acted, she had 6 legs. One thing for damn sure, she seen one, them 3 legs could bounce across that box like it wasn't nothing. And the funny thing about it, we used to get a kick out of it because she was so damn crazy. And always wished that I could have appreciated the game a little more back then because I was young too. I was new to a lot of stuff. Really, really new. So just to know that the dogs that I had, you know, and being so new, if I knew what I know now, one, I'd have been pulling, you know, if they had straws back then, I would have had straws. That's awesome bad shit. If I knew that I could have took that bitch and maybe could have got her artificially inseminated, or a vet to tell me that she might have been spaded, or her organs just weren't able to produce no pups, or even just took her to the vet to see if I could have some pups on it. Got and paid a vet to do it. Not like we didn't have the money, didn't have the knowledge. You know what I mean? It would have took a closer look at BA and Blood, not because of the bulldog that they was, for the fact that you know, the way they was bred, you know, and the way Judo and them was bred. You know, I didn't even go off the greatness of how good these dogs were. You know, I'm looking at them as bulldogs. I'm not thinking nothing about their pedigree. I'm learning the pedigree, but pedigree was not as strong to me. You know, even though Pope is still teaching me, and I'm trying to figure out how, you know, what these breedings and how you make these dogs the way they was making them. You know, I'm still in that learning process. But in the meanwhile, I got some badass fighting dogs. That's all I gave a fuck. Telling you, I had hot shit on the yard. That's all it was to me. Really paying attention to what I really had. That plays a big part in you know, as far as how important papers was back then. Because look how far Mr. Hooten went to get that change. Look how far Pat Patrick, I mean, that's like him telling you, I sent in some papers that was wrong. Because when I got my puppies from off of Stone City, I had papers on Little Buck. Yellow Buck and Miss Nico. When I seen Grand Champion Buck papers, it didn't have nothing like no little tater on there. I don't know when that pedigree changed. It was like the same situation I had with the Snooty dog. The papers are saying one thing, yet the world is saying something else. Yet my papers, my 80 bed papers on both Judo and my Buck stuff had different papers. Then what everybody said these dogs were bred like. Said Hooten Snake was off of Ironhead, and Champion Buck was off of Gold Boy. So my 88 page paper say. I got my little big generations. I used to get the big old 16 generation things on all my dogs. I used to have them all laminated and everything. not knowing nothing except sitting there studying. I could down there tell you I used to go back so deep in the Dibo, in the Boudreaux stuff. You know, that's why I had a lot of Eli dogs. Because if you kind of paying attention to, you know, the line that we was dealing with, it was only one way to gravitate me to that way because that was the way Pope was going. I started getting dogs. Pope had her. She was a one-time winner. And
Check. Mic check. Check.
yeah, when Snake Man was on Fat Bill's show, I thought I heard him say something about Wonder. But again, guys, don't forget, I said I had this dog's here, Little Mate's sister, Solo. I don't know what color Kim was. Maybe Snake Man or somebody can tell me because he had one too. You know, what color was Kim? Because Solo was a red brindle dog, red nose. All these other dogs was black. All these dogs. Now, Wonder Sisu was a brindle. She was a brindle dog like a judo. But the brindle can't do anything. It had to come through Stevenson's Big Ben because These dogs was black. There's Wonder right there. I know Sisu and them, she was a brindle dog, but Daz was black. See how they bred? Oh, yeah. Oh, so Mike, let me go back because you think y'all missed this one. Remember, I came to Ohio with these dogs. I saw Blue. I ran home, grabbed my papers, and took my papers, and these are the papers that I gave him. Hadn't been registered in my name or nothing. I'm just sitting there with the ADBA papers. Keep in mind, I had these papers here. These papers here. And I had Solo's papers. And Solo was off of Low Posse's Buster, Low Posse's Queen. I didn't come there with Bruiser. No, them was the dogs that I bought from Carolina. Judo, Blood, BA, and Solo. And Solo, because I got Solo from James Edwards too. You see how they bred now, right, y'all? Time I get to Ohio, these dogs right here, these was young dogs. Ratchet was a young dog when I got him. We grew up on my yard though. Came down to it, that's what we did. He thought that Joe Red was gonna always beat this young dog up. That young dog ended up stopping Joe Red 19 minutes. This is how Ratchet was bred. We kind of named him after his granddaddy, Hatchet. His granddaddy was a nice ass dog. Johnny Hat had him. Those guys, rest in peace, Johnny Hat from the Act Right. You know,
Johnny Davis, well, aka Johnny
Hat. We called him Johnny Hat. But yeah, another old dog man who, you know, he had these dogs, you know, Pope didn't really keep them long. I mean, he had Shirley. Wood Shirley. He had Wood Shirley before there was ever a blackjack. Don't forget old Dusty. Another going hard dog, right? Going hard. Going hard is Dusty. One time winner, one time loser. He lost to Beat Crest Kennels, Huzzy, in 205. Could have won it. She didn't beat the count. She didn't stand there, but she sure didn't beat the count. But look how she's bred. Look at the bottom. Another James Pope. See how it is? Look at her breeding. Ain't that's the same old Shirley that created the blackjack line. This is a James Pope breeding. Breeder, James Pope. Still playing around the line in the guidelines of what we was dealing with coming out of the Carolinas. That's why me and him was so close. Now, he was like a mentor toward me as far as understanding the breedings and how to breed these dogs. No, I don't like all that black shit. See, he taught me how to read the dogs. You know, up to this point, you can see where I gravitated. You can see where I gravitated was starting off doing it this way. Doing it that way. Crybaby. I would think this is one of my very first breedings. My own breeding. This breeding right here. That was my first breeding. Trying to keep up with what I was learning. Yeah, I drove all the way up to TKOs just to breed to that dog. Trying to keep up with the plan the way Pope had it set up. I'm trying to learn. Wasn't hard. Trying to learn. You see them all. Pope.
Mic check. Mic check.
This was my very first breeding I did on my own, and yeah, you best believe I did my homework, and I did check in with my boy James Pope to make sure that I did, because he got a puppy out of that litter. I gave him one. This was helping me out. But you can see I was in the Eli dogs. Did I want to do something different than what James Pope was doing? Yeah. Check one.
Check. Mic check. Mic check. 2 1 2. Hey, with the mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Yeah, okay, guys. I was just saying this is the first breeding that going hard that I ever made right here on my own. So this is the breeding that I made. The one thing I noticed about this breeding is what made me change my mind and do something different than what Pope had me on was the fact that I always felt like match dogs produce match dogs. When he bred by the papers, I was breeding by the papers, but I wanted to breed champion dogs. I wanted to breed winning dogs. I'm seeing Rascal. He always was talking about Rascal. Always talking about Rascal. Always talking about Maurice Carver. always talking about Reverend Dak and Mr. Abernathy. You know, he's always talking about these guys. And I'm looking at him like, okay, when you look at Rascal, what do you see? I mean, Rascal Jr., what do you see? A champion. Then you got him coming off a champion. Then you got him coming off a champion Honey Bunch. I don't know how great Honey Bunch is around this time, but I know this much. I knew what that ROM meant, and I knew what that CH meant. You know what I'm saying? Where he's always talking about the blood, I'm talking about the performance. So he was strong on game testing now. The man you can't get harder than Mr. Pope was on game testing. Because when he ain't got no money, he ain't got nothing to lose, and all he want to do is prove a point with a dog. You put a dog on him in a row, you might as well sit down. He ain't picking up. It's mano on mano when it comes to him. You cut one loose with James Pope, y'all might as well sit down because somebody going to quit. We're going to be there all day. And that's for real. He used to say I used to run to his house all the time with my dog. Yeah. I sure did. I left his house, I know I could go out and take one out. But the dog that I had then, it wasn't working. See what I started with, right? Seen judo. These are all the dogs that I started with. Remember, these dogs, judo got stolen. Judo got stolen. Crybaby died in a winter. She died during the winter. Came out there and she was in her doghouse, froze to death with hay and everything. And then Judo, he took out Ratchet. He didn't take him out, but he took out Ratchet and he took out this dog. Judo took out this dog here and took out Damien. Damien was another dog off of him. Damien was right off of Hatchet. Now, Damien was game as hell. He was game as hell. But Judo took out Hatchet. He took out Ratchet. And he took out Blood. This dog right here took out all of them before we even matched him into that big ass dog. Huh? Okay. This dog right here whooped all of them in short order. He snatched all their heads right off. That's what made me go back to this kind of breeding. These kind of dogs was better than these dogs over here. They was better than the Ratchet dogs. They was better than the Dusty dogs. Because Judo took out Ratchet. He took out Blood. And he took out Damien. So this line right here that I was working with right here, the Pope was producing, they just couldn't whoop this dog. They just couldn't whoop Judo. Judo went on to become a 2-time winner. 1-time game loser. But guess what? If he can do that to these dogs here, then I need to get back to doing what he was doing. But I said to myself was, you breed champion bred shit. That's why he was better than Pope and them shit. And I need to get back on that type of shit. So when they stole Judo from me, I didn't have none of this shit. They took Judo. They took Mikey. Two best dogs I had to start with. Didn't have no females to go back with. Goldie came along, and then Amber and them came along. Then things started changing. Well, I'm gonna keep messing with this shit here. But Judo gone. You know, I don't want to breed this stuff right here. They had some of that around. Dad was still around. You know, Blood, he got his head taken off. Damien, he made it through the test, but he got picked up. He got his head taken off. And then with Dusty going out, yeah, she went 205. You know, and again, like Mike said, I might have left her down there too long chilling. When, you know, if I'd have kept her up on her feet and let her go ahead and not take the break that I gave her, you know, pushed on her a little bit, she probably would have went on ahead and finished her out and wouldn't have had to scratch. Yeah, that was my early years in. But I looked at these dogs and was not happy. I wanted to go back to the dog that was whooping everybody's ass. I want some more of him. If I can't get the blood, one thing I got a hold of was the concept. This shit. Winning dogs will beat the average other dogs. That's what I was saying to myself. You know what? Judah was different than all them other dogs because he had more ability than all them dogs put together. Yeah, we was responsible for Judah's loss because we didn't have no business taking him in there at no 45. We didn't know no better though. We didn't. We matched this dog at 45 pounds. This was a 35-pound match though. But we didn't know no better. But we knew one damn thing. He beat up everything on our yard. That's why we were so confident, took him out there and threw him out there on somebody else's shit. The way he was doing on our yard. He was beating up all that shit. All that shit. Beat up the Levi shit. You know what I'm saying? He beat up the Rascal shit. He beat up the Joe Red shit. This dog beat up a lot of dogs. So I'm going to go back and go breeding back to the way they was breeding to get those kind of dogs. I wasn't going back into that way. They stole him. They stole this one. Which one? This one? This is just Mikey. Yeah, St. Benedict and them. Yeah, they still got dogs out there with that St. Benedict symbol. Oh yeah, you gonna see babies bingo and them in there. That's a whole lot of that. Remember, that's what got us on the red boy dog. That's what got us to go after Amber. Remember what the yellow dogs was just getting hitting the scene, y'all. We started seeing red boy dogs when they start making their way up through Detroit, and all these damn boils dogs start getting whooped. All these rough ass killers start getting spanked on. I think Queen of Hearts saved the last of that grip because behind the Queen of Hearts getting there, a lot of those boil dogs was taking losses. A lot of the boil dogs that you see out there with them great records was really being done up north. Being bought from the south up to the north. And they was winning. Then all of a sudden these red boy dogs start coming through there, which nowadays we call yellow John or yellow dogs. We just start calling them red. We were red boy because that's what they were being called. I don't even think yellow them had a name to be carrying a bloodline. All I know they was like red boy dogs beating up these boils dogs because the boil dogs was taking over. These rough ass dogs was going in there smashing dogs. Yeah. Right. These is old dogs right here. You know, this is the dog that beat the Legion of Doom. Even in his pedigree, you know, again, my kennel partner had me, you know, set up real nice. He gave me this dog. It was a gift from Millbuster. When they took him in judo, I don't have nothing. I ain't have nothing left. Everything was gone. All my good shit, I didn't have. Going hard, didn't have shit. Then I got my man called me one day and told me, man, look, I need you to go up to New York and go grab these dogs. The dog that I went up, no, what he did was he got Amber. He got Amber first, and he started breeding Amber. First he bred Amber to Rocker Stonewall, Frank Rocker Stonewall. Then he bred Amber to Termite. And then we went out to Grand Champion, and we went out to Ozzy to go with Ozzy. Then we ended up going to Grand Champion Ace. Then she had those puppies. And keep in mind, guys, out of all three of these breedings, he did have litters coming off of Amber. I hadn't had Amber in my possession yet. I didn't get Amber in my possession until the Grand Champion Ace breeding. At that time, they was up in New York, and he sent me up there to go pick up Amber and those puppies. There was two females. It was Amber. It was Amber and three of her puppies. One was Red Ace. The other one was a dog that looked just like Red Ace. And then it was Amber and then a male. There was two females out of the Grand Champion Ace and then a male. And then Amber herself. So I bought all those dogs. I bought 4 of those dogs back, the 3 puppies and Amber. Now I got all them on my yard. Now I got to send a female that's down to Texas to Thunder Kennels. Thunder Kennels ended up the female down there, and then the male I ended up giving to BLB, which is the one with Grand Champion Satan, to his boy, with the stipulation if he ever got rid of him and couldn't keep him, to give him back. And I kept Amber and Red Ace. They get their pedigrees. When I get them, I'm in a whole new different line of dogs. I'm studying Amber. Amber's the first dog that I got off a Champion. Right off a Champion. She was right off a Champion Wrangler. Now I'm doing my homework on her pedigree. Not understanding these Red Boy dogs, but during this time, y'all, the Red Boy dogs are making noise. They making noise. And also by this time, I got Goldie. Now I got Goldie and Amber on the yard. Both of these bitches is off a Champion. One's off a Champion Jeep and the other's off a Champion Wrangler. Both of these bitches is all out gamers you can have on the yard. And where I ain't got nothing to play with though. Red Ace and them was the only puppies we got on the yard. Brother was gone. Sister gone, so all I got is Amber and Red Ace. Red Ace wasn't no fiery puppy. She was laid back. It seemed like her clock clicked in at 14 months old. She kicked in at 14 months old. So I was happy to see her kick on. I thought she was gonna be a slow dog personally, because she acted too much like a friendly dog, like Grand Champion Ace. Like I said, when I was on Supernat's yard, Ace could walk around the dog. A Grand Champion, y'all, whooping dogs in less than 40 minutes, 6-time winner, and this motherfucker out here in the yard walking around with us. So I kind of gave Red Ace a pass because she was passive like that. You know what I'm saying? And that was probably the thing that hurt me when it came to Puerto Rico too, because remember we sent her to Carolina. She was raised in Carolina. Remember, we sent her down to Carolina, kept Amber on the yard and sent her to Carolina. Sent her down to Carolina. And we went back to get her. She was on. Stopped by Tony's house, took a look at her, and then we knew right then that we had something. Amber became a very important asset. But then after that breeding to Ace, we tried to breed to Angel's Apache, and she didn't take. And that's where we met Mayday. We were trying to breed the Angel's Apache with Amber. This is when we ran into Dolly, Mayday. And that's what started it.
That was
Everything after that was history.
Pico, Cockdico.
Right, I'm all in. Once I got into Puerto Rico and seen them dogs, and then I'm going there looking at, I done came home with Little Buck, and I got 88 papers on him. Now I got to go in there and look at how he bred. I see the red boy, I see the yellow, because remember, I got Amber. I remember, I still got Amber in Grand Champion Ace. You know, remember, Amber Red Ace was the first Grand Champion dog, you know, a dog coming off a Grand Champion on my yard. He was the first, but Amber was the first dog. That's why you look on Amber's pedigree papers, it had growing hard Amber. Didn't have me or my homeboy. Now my homeboy, my kennel partner, he gets credit for breeding Red Ace. Because Amber was not my dog at the time we bred to Grand Champion Ace. Everything that happened after I got my hands on Amber and had Red Ace, everything after that happened with me. Prior to that, everything was my kennel partner, and he was the one giving me all these dogs. And to this day, every dog that we got our hands on came through my kennel partner.
Back to the honor amongst.
That's the honor. Yeah, every dog that we ever had, a growing hard dog. I mean, even to this day, these dogs that you seen that we put up there the other day, all them dogs came from him, his breedings. So that should tell you a lot about him. But when me and him together, and it was still on him when we ran up to breed Amber, Angel's Apache. Amber still my dog, but it was still him telling me, hey, we taking Amber up and we're going to breed her to Angel's Apache. You pull up Angel's Apache's papers, you put with Amber's papers, you can understand why. Yellow dogs are knocking off all these Boyles dogs. All these yellow and red boy dogs are starting to pick up names like you got to remember that red boy Jocko Rodney and JR and all these dogs are starting. You start looking into that red boy category, you start seeing a bunch of badass dogs. So yeah, I'm hungry now. No, I would have to say Red Ace. Red Ace and the shit was our baddest dogs. I would have to give Pretty Mama her props, but I'm gonna tell you no. I'm gonna stick with Red Ace. I'm sticking with Red Ace, the shit, and then Buck Rogers. Oh, I forgot about the Brat. Goddamn. I would have to say Red Ace, Brat. No, I put them in order. Red Ace, the Brat, the shit, and then Pretty Mama, then Buck Rogers. I would put Buck Rogers maybe before Pretty Mama because he was a killer. Pretty Mama she was a great dog, but them first three, Red Ace, Brat, and the shit, they were destroyers. You know you was in trouble when you ran into them because you would get chopped up like mincemeat. Them was rough ass dogs. Red Ace was definitely rough and had a mouth. Brat was definitely rough and had a mouth. The shit was definitely rough and had a mouth. I mean, they could break you up real quick, and they had the ability, stifle shit. Brat that shit she got from her mama was because she had that back end shit down pat. And when I say you got a back end dog to know how to get back there, And they didn't get back there and hang on to shit. They know how to tear from one to the other, one to the other, one to the other. They knew how to just break them shits down. Them was my baddest dogs. But Rogers, he would definitely fall in that third string, red ace, frat, shit. No, he fall fourth string. Be fourth string. Because them bitches was deadly, man. All them bitches, pretty much wasn't no joke. But them bitches was major pieces in our puzzle. Yeah, we had bad bitches. One thing about it, when you start looking into them dogs right there, you better not count out them bitches. Bitches was played a big part on our yard. We just always been lucky with the bitches. Yeah, but Rogers was a badass dog, but he had a little brother named Yellow Day. Me, Yellow Day was better than Buck Rogers. The baby killed my mechanic bitch, and that was Buck Rogers' little mate's sister, the R-on bitch. I went and got a bitch that was right off a mechanic. And I got her as a puppy, and I just knew she was the perfect cross. So I was going to breed into my stuff, but this bitch was going to have to fall in line like all these other bitches. This bitch was going to have to be just like Tommy. She didn't have to be like, you know, Tommy against Red Ace, because Tommy against Red Ace was a mismatch. It was just a bad day for Red Ace, but even in that, Tommy was still a mismatch. But what enthused me about Tommy reminded me of Goldie. Game as hell. Amber. Game as hell. These are just flat out game ass bitches. The bitches was the key. Always gonna say them bitches is the key. Give me some bitches and I'll make my own males. Give me the right bitches and I'll show you how to make you some badass males. I was a firm believer in that. I still stand behind that. That's why I will take a female any day, especially a good bred female. And if you got it in you, we're gonna find out. And if you got it, we're gonna make you something. We're gonna breed you to something good to give you a chance. And that's where it started at. It started out with him going to breeding that Red Ace stuff right there, and then taking an Amber and going back up there to breed the Angels and Patches, and that's how the connection to Mayday came. All that other shit was bred out, we beat up, and got rid of. We had Eli Dog to start out with him, but they couldn't get past Judo. Stole Judo and they stole Mikey and didn't leave me nothing else to work with. You know, thank God for my kennel partner who gave me Amber. Then told me to go up there, you know, once I got Amber, I got Red Ace in that line. And the whole time, these yellow dogs is out here winning. Remember, we took Amber to go breed to Angels Apache. Guys that don't know, try to find a quick one up. Amber's pedigree. Because she's bred. Now imagine me putting this on top of Angels Apache. I guess I'm going to go ahead and step over here right quick, y'all. I'm going to put them up so I can pick them over together. I'll put Angels Apache up. That's Angels Apache. Right here. Let me fix that. That's Champion Angel Apache Jr. That's Angels Apache. That's the dog we bred Amber to. Look how he's bred. See that, right? Now, if you're paying attention, let me move it up here so y'all don't miss it. That's Angels Apache. And that's Amber. Angels Apache. And you saw Amber. It didn't take. Because it didn't take, I took her, got an x-ray. She didn't have no puppies in her. It didn't take. They owed me a breeding. Now I'm taking Red Ace to Mayday. During that visit right there with Angels Apache, while I was there, I saw Dolly and Mayday and Choice. Breeding to that dog right there. Both of them was red nose. Both of them had them pretty bodies, and boy, I wish I could have got some puppies off of that, but it didn't happen. But guess what? Because it didn't happen, I had a free breeding to champion Mayday at the time. He was only a champion. He was a 4-time winner when we took Red Ace down there and bred to Mayday. We took Brad down there, he was a grand champion. But when we bred Red Ace to Mayday, he was a 4-time winner. I saw him. I looked at his pedigree, and I didn't know much about the Patrick stuff. I really didn't know nothing about the Patrick stuff, but I knew that yellow stuff. I knew that yellow stuff, and I knew with Red Ace being bred to Grand Champion Ace, that format would put me back into the game. That's Brat's mother. That Red Ace bitch right there. I needed to clean this thing up. I knew if I could breed her to Mayday, that's going to give me a whole bunch of yellow, the kind of yellow we was looking for out of Apache and Amber. But it also will give me the outcross to go with Grand Champion Ace. I would have that whole bunch of red boy yellow stuff. And then my out would be that Grand Champion Ace stuff with Mayday. Because remember at the time, Mayday had Mayday, Dragon Lady, Choice. They was winning. 3 puppies in that, 3 dogs, and all 3 of them was smashing shit. So he caught my fancy right off the back, and the fact that he was off the yellow, I couldn't tell you nothing about the Hollandworth shit. Like I said, one thing about it though, we made sure, even when we was doing all this right here, that Zebo played a factor even down in here, even down in Apache. You know, one thing that we knew about Zebo was an Ohio dog. We knew Zebo was from Ohio. We heard that Zebo was the baddest motherfucker in Ohio. They used to say, who was the baddest dog come out of Ohio? We used to say Zebo. Not Art, Zebo. So I was happy as hell once we got them puppies off of there. I seen the way Red Ace was and the damages she could do. And then we sitting up here trying to breed Amber. And we now keep in mind now, Red Ace she's on the yard. So by the time those puppies fell through, Mayday was up north. And when I say up north, he was in upper New York, up north with Angel. By the time I got ready to breed Red Ace to Mayday, Mayday was back down in Miami. So that means when Mayday got hurt, yeah, he was at Angels, but shortly after we left, Mayday was sent back down to Victor. Because when it was time for Red Ace to come in heat, I ended up going not up to Angels where Mayday was, where I seen him the first time, but down in Miami. That's how I made that breeding with Red Ace and Mayday. With the full intentions on, I'm still trying to get what we was trying to do with Amber and Angel's Apache. Keeping in mind, we on this yellow run or this red boy run for the simple fact that we was sitting here watching these red boy yellow John dogs or yellow dogs. You know, these dogs is beating some of the best dogs they claim they had up in Detroit. There wasn't too many guys down in Akron that had yellow dogs, except for Amber. Amber was really the only one. And like I said, he got Amber out of match. Amber was bought out the pit. And she was gamers all outdoors. So we was trying to incorporate gameness over everything, but we needed ability. I felt like, you know, I didn't get a chance to see the full impact of the ability until I saw Red Ace. What Red Ace showed me, I ain't seen none of them dogs show me that shit. None of them. Judo, Mikey, none of them. So she was on a whole new different scale. You can give me a couple of dogs that could do what she could do, regardless of what she did in Puerto Rico. She did it on her own accordance. Everything she did wrong was on her own accordance. It had nothing to do with Tommy. Because we lost the Tommy boy on Idaho. So that tells you a lot. Our bitch wasn't scratched because she didn't want to fight. But the only way she got on that scratch line on 2 Idaho counts. Now, what did I tell you about Tommy? What was Tommy doing if we was being counted on Idaho? That's why we speak so highly of Red Ace. And Tommy Boy's gameness. Right, Tommy Boy's gameness. Why Tommy Boy's a grand champion. Let's not forget, she got a break that day. That day, she got a break twice. The Idaho, it caused her to do that grand champion scratch. And the Idaho gave her the win when it was our turn to scratch, knowing that we wasn't trying to scratch anyway. The Red Ace had it came in, and the Red Ace I left Ohio with, she would have been, it would have went, I don't think it would have went 20 minutes because it took us 5 minutes to break her down. Right, when Red Ace kicked on, it took her 5 minutes to have Tommy Boy, and we standing over Tommy Boy on an Idaho count. And she did not make it home. She made a grand champion scratch. That was the only scratch she had left in her. She showed one coming out of there straight because she was already in bad shape. Bad shape. On the bitch that wasn't trying to fight. Didn't want to fight. Fought because Tommy didn't give her no choice. But if she had came in there 1-2, she'd have did what we saw her do in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, Red Ace went from screaming and hollering. In 5 minutes, she went from screaming and hollering to having Tommy standing over Tommy on the Idaho down dog scratch. 5 minutes. Yeah, that's how dangerous she was. But we didn't give up on her. Nope. That day right there, remember, we had already bred the Mayday, so we got Brattonham on the ground. When I went to Puerto Rico, Brattonham was already here. I didn't even have Pretty Mama then. I sent Brat to Virginia, her and her sister, and I had little Mayday on the yard with Amber. I sent the bitches off and kept the male with me because he was my favorite. He was a monster. And kept the mama, who was Amber. I kept her there. And sent the other 2 down there to Virginia. And then took Red Ace and went out to Tommy. Red Ace didn't come back. I came back with Little Buck. I forgot a grand champion Yellow Buck. So y'all, I'm basically telling y'all my steps. Them was my steps. How I went from the black dogs to them red-nosed dogs. And I damn near my whole yard was 98% red nose. I had to say 98%. It didn't change in the black nose until we started crossing Pretty Mama into the Mayday dogs we had on our yard. I took little Mayday up, and I took little Mayday, and I had Apache, the little bruiser bitch. I took them up to Michigan to Storm and Norman. I'm getting ready to leave. I'm trying to move my dogs out of Akron because they're trying to come and get them. They're trying to take them because they want us to have insurance. They were doing too much. So I took them up to Michigan, and that's how I ended up coming back with Mama and leaving little Mayday. Oh, let me get this bitch out the yard while I got a chance. Now I got these two bitches again. Now I got Brat and Red Ace. No, I had Brat and Pretty Mama. Then I had Little Buck when I came back from Puerto Rico. So I got those dogs on the yard. And then I had the Apache bitch while she was up there with Norman. You know, I had Norman breed Apache to Brat's brother. And that's where Sassy Girl and them came from. You know, I got all the dogs back but little Mayday. And the dogs that they bred little Mayday to, she had Sassy Girl and a chocolate male named, we named him Menace. Sassy Girl grew up to be a beast. Menace grew up being cold. Look in the Gameville's dogs, you'll see Menace all up in there, off of little Mayday. But he was a cold dog. I had the hot bitch. I had Sassy, and that's where Buck Rogers and Baby and all them came from. But then the honor, here was the thing about it. If you notice, everything was done in honor, man. Look, when I say honorable moves, these are honorable moves. When Pope went and got me that Jeep bitch, and you know, and I always stay to my guns, like my kennel partner would say, hey man, if you don't keep the dog, give me the dog back. If you're gonna get rid of the dog, give me the dog back. I never broke that. To this very day, I have never broke that. Never broke it. He's done it to me, not being an ass about it, but he did. He did it with little Mayo. Because the baddest dog in the litter was not made to. Baddest dog in the litter that I gave him was Mayo, the one he sent up north. He was the baddest one. He was the reincarnation of Mayday. Mayday, he didn't have the skills that Mayo had. He didn't even have, you know, there was like two peas in a pot. You know what I mean? He was more like Buck Rogers. He was more like a lighter skin than Mayday. But he was damn near just like Mayday. I mean, that long body with that big ass head, them big ass gummy jaws, and I mean, all of them had it. All of them had it. All of them had it because Brat had it. Mayday, there was Brat and Mayday. So them dogs was definitely, they had it. But the best one in the litter, you know, and this is even after, you know, we had to take Twisted and Barracuda up in there and you know, and watch my kennel partner. The only time you know, I bet against him one time before this, I bet against the dog that we saw quit in 10 minutes. Remember that? At Poe House? The little Brindle bitch. We did this little Brindle bitch at Pope House, and the bitch quit. Matter of fact, we went down there, both of them motherfuckers down there looking at each other. So we gave my kennel partner the dog back because she had funny stifles, and we told him, you know, she quit. But, you know, he believed in that dog. And that man walked that dog, he put that dog in shape, and he went out there and beat a 2-time winner with a 2-to-1 bet over his head. They betting 2-to-1 against this 2-time winner gonna win. My boy walked that 2-time winner in down 2 hours and 30-something minutes. A bitch that we saw quit in 10 minutes, y'all. Went 2:30 with a 2-time winner and beat her. And beat her. So that was, you know, that was one time. Then the other time was, you know, I got my get back because then he came with my boys out of Chicago, ready to rumble in them. And my partner down there, you know, Triple M, they came out there, they wanted to come after this onslaught, coming after the Mayday dogs. They wanted to come, they had Twisted and Barracuda on the car. Against my partners now they know I got Mayday dogs, so they know I'm swinging all Mayday. I don't even know why my kennel partner is like, they out there to stop this Mayday shit. You know, this Mayday shit ain't what y'all think. I'm trying to tell them, okay, I'm telling you who I'm rolling with. I done seen it, and then my boy, he right there with me. He saw Mayday. I don't know whether he gave Twisted or Barracuda the same kind of credit that he saw when he saw Mayday. But I think they really thought that they had the dogs to beat them. And they went into Twisted and Barracuda. And both of their dogs was badass dogs, but neither one of them was going to beat Twisted or Barracuda. Not that night. And they were damn good dogs. And some damn good kennels. Ready to Rumble wasn't nothing to play with, and neither was Triple M. So that was a factor in itself. Remember, we already winning with Brat, so it was like the writing was on the wall. This Mayday shit gonna be some shit. Y'all better get on the bandwagon. They stop it just so Luke can STP. We sitting back watching. We breeding the Twisted. Yeah, I bred the Twisted one day, and we were sitting in there playing around, and I bred the Twisted and put the bitch in the car. And I'm sitting there trying to get their computer together, and a couple of hours went by, I go back out there, I burnt my bitch up in the car. Yeah, the bitch I bred the Twisted, she done sat there and burned up in the car. Now I got to bring another bitch down there so we can get another breed, and that's how I was getting puppies off of Twisted. Next time I bought Baby up there and bred the Twisted. That's what a little Lupe bitch was. And then I got Naya from ProSet. This was the only reason I knew them is because, again, Deep South got me running around up here, and that's where I met Hell on Earth, and that's why I ended up taking Sassy, bringing her Champion CD. But this is a little later down the line why I'm the one moving around with the Mayday stuff. I'm following them around because I'm trying to win with them. There wasn't nobody whooping them, not them major players that I was playing with. Wasn't nobody wasn't Twisted. Didn't nobody whoop on Luke Kane. Everybody thought Luke Kane could get whooped, but didn't nobody whoop him. I mean, he was in two hands and still didn't nobody whoop him. It was talking shit. You know, Mayday was just starting up good. Chanel and them was just starting up good. One thing about it, I always said the best Mayday dogs was those bitches. I don't think none of them was colder than Chanel, Brat, and Mayday. I gotta give Annabelle a little bit of pub on hers, but the baddest bitches, the baddest Mayday dogs was Chanel, Mayday, and Brat. Did none of them go long? They didn't go long. I don't give a damn who you thought you was gonna put on them. You know, Mayday took the biggest of the straw because she went after, you know, Chi-Chi, and then she went after Nene. And both of these bitches were supposed to be the baddest bitches in the country. They should have went into each other before they got to Mayday. Then she probably wouldn't have had to whoop but one of them, but she didn't. She went and whooped both of them quickly, easily. You know, back then, you know, I think everybody was putting their thinking caps on when we started popping in with Brat. Everybody took us real careful, because nobody didn't know what's down in the Tennessee and Carolina area. You know what I'm saying? I wish we could have been running into Fat Bill and them guys like that back then with Brat and Mama. We probably would have had some great shows, but the shows that we did have, we met some great ass dog men. And give them all the credit because there's one thing about it, we didn't have to lock up a whole arm briefcase full of shit. You know, them Mayday dogs, them damn dogs was casino dogs. You know, guys was betting house payments. I'm talking about not even a house payment, buying house money on those dogs. And we was just out here with 2 dogs. And the only time I've ever done 2 dogs was Brad and Pretty Mama. After them 2, I never done it again. I never done it again. It was too hard on me to do 2 dogs and give them my all. And I didn't make no shortcuts. I didn't take no shortcuts. As far as conditioning wise, I think I became a damn good conditioner based on the people I was around. And the way I gravitated into what they was doing, from Angel to, I mean, it was just too many of them. That I knew what they looked like. And I took a bit of everything that everybody gave me and kind of put it to what worked for me. No. Yeah, now they telling me, now they can call me the bad motherfucker. Because believe me, I got it, honestly. You look at that picture of Red Ace, that's her before we got on the road that night. We got on the road that night and drove to New York and caught the plane to Puerto Rico that morning. By the time that morning came along, we was in Puerto Rico. That bitch would not come out the cage. But you see, that's that body of the bitch. That's what she looked like when we was on Tommy Boy. Murderer. Straight, hard-biting killer. Don't ever let it fool you. Don't know what happened to that dog. When I got to Puerto Rico, she didn't even like cages, but she wouldn't come out that motherfucker. The plane ride was hard on her. Yep, then the long-ass car ride, then getting on the plane. We drove from our house straight to New York, Guardia, and jumped on a plane and flew to Puerto Rico. All night. All night. Then jumped on the plane early that morning. Next thing you know, we in Puerto Rico. Next day, we doing shit. It's already late. We trying to get this bitch to snap out that nod. We knew before we left to go do the show. Tried to walk up on the dog, and she didn't even have nothing to do with the dog. They was like, man, you need to go ahead and pay the forfeit. I said, I tell you what, Tommy bad as they say she is. You know what I'm saying? You better catch on. You better figure it out by the time we get there. Let's go. That's exactly what I said. Tommy out here smashing shit like that. She better know what she better wake up. Pretty sure she'll figure that out once Tommy hit her ass. But we already know, everybody was telling us Tommy was a killer. Tommy ain't been past 20 minutes. Tommy been smashing everything. Do you really think I come to Puerto Rico to show y'all? You think I came to Puerto Rico for y'all to watch me lose to Tommy? I know Tommy's killing shit, but I don't think Tommy can kill this one. I don't think y'all got too many dogs on this planet can do something with this bitch. This bitch deadly. She was. I mean, she was a remake of Grand Champion Ace. If Ace was a stifle dog and he was a great stifle dog, that bitch right there took after her daddy. Because that's exactly what she was. And she could have been an Angus because she was definitely a champion beat. Why we went out there 4 times, went on her first time out. Off the bat, I'm looking like Angus. We already took a shot at Judy Jones. Remember Judy Jones? Yeah. That's what we were supposed to go into before we went to Puerto Rico. Champion Judy Jones. Everybody took note because they knew about that Mayday breeding. Everybody was talking about Mayday, but shit, that move to Puerto Rico opened the door for me to be with Stone City. Remember, Stone City want to hook me up with the Tommy Boy shit. Don't be for Angel. I wouldn't know nothing about who Stone City was. I wasn't. This is one of them other dogs that I would have to say, look, Buck Rogers died on us one day. I mean, out of nowhere. And he wasn't sitting on the chain around there with the other dogs or anything like that. One minute he was out there, and then the next time he was out there, he was dead. Like a snake got him. He would snatch up anything. One time before, the day before the match up in Tally, he snatched up a raccoon and growled at the wife who tried to get him off the raccoon because he was hungry. By the time I got home, wasn't nothing left of the raccoon, not even the fur. Everything was gone. Everything was gone, y'all. Everything that he peeled off that was on the ground, I raked up, but the body itself gone. He didn't ate the poor thing. So now I'm mad because now we got to get this weight off of it, and still we got a show the next day. Got the weight off of him and still took him up. And yes, he beat two good dogs. First time and the second time. First time he beat a put it like this. I don't, he beat an NFL player. Came in there talking shit with his NFL money. Like we supposed to bow down and give him respect because of who he was. He came in there with a black dog, and I told y'all we just something about them red and black dogs. Who was that to say that shit about them? It was somebody who else other than me to say something about, they ain't never lost to a black dog. But I'm gonna be honest with you. For people that have a black dog and that red dog little thing going on, let me tell you something. I am one of them believers in that red-nosed shit. But guys didn't like them red-nosed dogs, I learned to love them. Because for some damn reason, remember, every black dog that we put something on, even when it come down to judo. And BA, you got Ratchet, BA, Blood, all them was black dogs. They was all good dogs. Damien, all black. Goddamn it, Red Ace when we put on the black dog down to Tony's house. All these dogs got smashed. Like they were good dogs, but it's just something that I just had. That's what got me away from them black dogs. I ain't trying to say that, it was a color thing. I'm just telling you that they was all getting beat up. But Rogers was, that's all, because we were trying to get Dog of the Year. We were trying to do a yellow buck move. We wanted Kunta. And not taking nothing away from Kunta. I'm telling you, I ain't taking nothing away from him. Remember, I went after Tommy Boy, but why wouldn't I go after Kunta? See, well, I know what I'm coming with. Just like I was just as confident with Red Ace. I didn't have to travel to Puerto Rico to get Kunta. It's just unfortunate it never come to be. But he was definitely on our radar. That was if he had lived and that would have actually happened, that probably would have been one of them great matches that y'all have been talking about. Yeah, they would have been game to do it. Yeah, they would have been game to do it. Oh yeah, they would have been game to do it. Y'all went into Wacko and y'all thought that Wacko, Buck Rogers was a whole different story. And both of his wins, these guys I'll put it like this. One of Red, what was his name? G.R.CH.
Tallahassee boys. That dog was going to after Wacko.
Yeah, they wanted Kunta. Actually, they wanted Kunta. They was looking for Kunta they damn self. If they had to beat Buck Rogers, they would have been going after Kunta too. And he was a yellow buck dog himself. They were damn near bred alike. Yeah, they were both Stone City dogs. We just had that one thing that he didn't have. We had that Mayday in there, and it definitely showed. And it definitely showed us that Mayday and Stone City shit worked, and it's on a whole different level. Because one thing for damn sure, Buck Rogers was a bad motherfucker, y'all. He didn't have no problem beating your shit up. He didn't. In both of his matches, he made these good dogs look like they were sorry dogs. Because of the ability, maybe it was because of the keep, maybe it was because of the roids. You can put it on a lot of shit, but you know, when you're talking about Red Ace doing what she did to Tommy, then we come back with Brat, her daughter, and then what Red Ace didn't do, Brat, her daughter did, made sure that shit. And then you got her brother, he gets taken away, but he's got puppies on the ground and left a female here to have some puppies off of him. That just show you his potency. We didn't breed her, he didn't have but 2 puppies. And you can find both of them in everybody's bloodline out there, from Gameville to goddamn Baby and them, and Buck Rogers. Them dogs is on Brat Brother. Them is Brat Brother's dogs. That just gives you an idea. 2 puppies in the litter. One was cold. You go back and look at them Gameville dogs, and you're going to see 38 special with all them dogs. Let me see if I can pull him up. You know, these dogs was coming off of Sassy. Sassy was off of Little Mayday, Brat's brother. But Rogers was Brat's brother's grandson. So these dogs were definitely on a whole nother level. And like I said, you know, always had that bad luck. You know, I was literally hoping that we was going to make history with this. He was going to fix what we didn't get with Red Ace. That's what we wanted. We wanted to show, you know, what that break that we missed, that opportunity that we missed with Tommy, we wanted to get with Kunta, because Kunta just beat Wacko. And that didn't bother us at all. I always remember that one thing. I remember one thing. I remember what those yellow dogs was doing to those Boyles dogs. And I refereed enough. I seen that Champion Missy, remember? Champion Missy, she was a Boyles dog. How Cash had. Remember? She can whoop everything until you test her gamers. Get in there and put that gamers to test, they lose. I go down the Ron's. I didn't referee many, a couple of Ron's shows. The shit that made Newman's buck all win was Kunta. But I can tell you this much. I've seen enough of them to know they can beat you up, but if you can pass the beating, there's not much left. And Kunta didn't ever get put to the test. Not the test that we had for him. And I'm going to tell you, I don't believe not one dog that Kunta was put on. Not even go for Wacko, because it was not an even battle with Wacko. There was a whole lot off. We would have whipped Wacko with that kind of weight you done gave us, because everybody will tell you, when you put us on the scale, they swore to God we was 44, 45 pounds when we popped in at 41. And they just could not believe it. They ready to switch out scales and everything to make sure that we ain't pulling something, because how big Buck Rogers looked. He was a big ass dog, but I guess his bones was light, so that gave us a bigger frame. And he had that long frame, like that Angus frame, that Mayday frame, you know, that yellow buck hound dog look, and he was a beast. You know, it never happened. I ain't gonna never take nothing away from Kunta, but if I want to go out and get somebody, that was the guy I wanted. I just really believe that would have fixed what I missed when it comes to the opportunity of beating a real good dog everybody thought was a real good dog. Yeah, I'm telling you, his first one, they came in and he was young. He didn't remember by the time he looked at his second one, he didn't look nothing like his first one far as a kid. He was still a young dog. We did him at 18 months old when we went to them boys from the NFL team. You know, I ain't gonna say their name, but yeah. They came in there barking like, you know, it was a black. Yeah, they believed in that black shit. It didn't even last 15 minutes. 19 minutes, that shit was over. 15 minutes, he was done. I mean, just that quick. I would have to say even the second one was just like that, never in it. They were doing catch up. They was hoping they could catch up. When they thought they could catch up, it was never like, damn, it was never catching up. The abilities and the ability, you can put it on the keep, you can put it on the dog. I'm going to give it to the dog. You got a badass dog, and I'm going to put a keep on him. He's going to be a badass dog with a badass keep. The shit was the same way. These dogs they was like little Maymays. I would have to say they were Mayday. They was like Mayday and Chanel. The shit was like Mayday and Chanel. Rat was like Mayday and Chanel. You know what I'm saying? And I would have to say Buck Rogers was like Yellow Buck and Mayday. He should have been a grand champion just like them. If he's still alive, still around, didn't drop dead that day for whatever reason, he was gonna make both of those dogs proud. Yellow Buck and Mayday, because he was the first Yellow Buck Mayday breeding, just like his sister Baby. Them were the first Mayday crossed the Yellow Buck stuff, Stone City stuff. And he would have made that line, he would have made them proud because he was a grand champion. He was definitely a grand champion. You know, he could have made champion beating Kunta because that's what we wanted. We wanted his championship match to be against Kunta. Everybody talked that shit about Kunta, but y'all didn't know Buck Rogers. But ask somebody who's seen Buck Rogers go. Then ask them which way you would have went. They would have told you it'd have been a good one, but being I saw Buck Rogers, I don't know. Kunta would have had something to deal with. If he's still off that Newman Buck shit, you know, as long as he stay out of trouble, he's all right. This motherfucking dog, they get ready to put his ass in trouble. Count on that. He ain't gonna go in there and whoop his ass. Not at all. Not at all. Because he was a back end dog and he would go up there and break your ass off on the chest and get back there. He was gonna do it the way he wanted to do it. Remember, he still got going hard in him. He still got grand champion ace in him. He was still a back end dog. He still had a lot of mouth. He still had a lot of power. This didn't have nothing to just do with Mayday and Yellow Buck. You got to keep on reminding y'all about that red ace. He played a big factor in our yard. She sure did our yard proud by leaving what she couldn't do into those puppies, or what they could do. She could do, she left on her puppies that did it. Rat did it. Baby did it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we got so many dogs off of those dogs that did it.
Hey man, I'd like to give a special shout out to my man Viking, family LG for the super chat. Appreciate the love, fam. My man SBC Kennels with the 5-piece. Appreciate the love, fam. Come on, y'all. Yeah, everybody, I'm watching everybody eating their pedigrees and just having a nice old conversation. Don't forget to hit that super chat, that super sticker, fam. My man Wim Yoon says, I would have been sitting next to OG Twin in the pen because Buck Rogers was in bells. Still wonder what his offspring would have been.
Well, his offspring, he did have, remember, he was only bred once. We bred him to the shit and didn't have no, I got pictures, y'all. I got pictures showing y'all I bred him to Serkel. You're going to see him hooked to Serkel, and you're going to have him hooked to the shit. And the only breeding it took was when we bred him to Powder, the Beetlejuice to Pretty Mama. Beetlejuice to Pretty Mama. That's where Pharaoh came from. That's where Roger Ramsey came from in 10-4. Yeah, they was definitely, he was bred to two of the bitches that I was supposed to get something off of. Now, breeding to Sarah Kell was, come on. Sarah Kell was like his father, who was Little Buck, and Sarah Kell was the same breeding, except Sarah Kell came from the second breeding. Yellow Buck Miss Nico. Buck Rogers' father was Yellow Buck Miss Nico. You know, a lot of those dogs that you see that came out of that Yellow Buck Miss Nico produced. Even shit, Black Ice had one. That little champion bitch came off with one of them yellow butt Miss Nico breedings. You see what I'm saying? Sarah Kell produced champions. Baby all well, you know, these are the dogs. I don't think nobody was even thinking about that Mayday cross until they heard that story about them 6 little puppies. Yeah, you know, Yellow Day. You didn't, you know, they stole Yellow Day. Yeah, we took and bred Sassy back to Nico Jr. after getting them puppies. We bred the Nico Jr. and Nico. It's another cross. To show you how deadly these mugs is. This one right here, we didn't seen these before, but that's what made it. Look, that's a brat dog right there being crossed in some more of that buck shit. The shit works. That's champion 38 special. This is a game bill breeding. This is when they had made 2. 38 special, 4-time winner. Same idea. It took that shit and bred into that buck shit and see what you get. Man, they crossed into the buck shit and that's what they got, a 4-time winner. But look at the formula. What you supposed to get when you're breeding that? What you supposed to get when you're breeding dogs like that? That's all I'm saying. No, you do not want me to start going down through here talking about dogs that got going hard blood in them. I'll show you a couple champions that's got going hard in them. And guess what they're all gonna have in common? The next 3 shows he blew notorious rear. Mic check. Sorry about that, y'all. Maybe I got excited. But what it says his next 3 shows, he blew through the competition with his notorious rear end style. They all had it. They all had it. To me, that shit came from Brat. Where did Brat get it from? She got it from her mama. Where did she get it from? To me, she got it from Grand Champion. Champion Ace. He was notorious back end dog. Most of the dogs. What are they? Same thing. When you look at these breedings, genetics, the genetics got to play a part. But they were all doing something that was all in common. Everybody had one thing in common. Champion what a day, 34-pound back end destroyer. Won all 3 and under 30. Back end. Common denominator. Where the back end shit come from? I'll see what I'm saying. Notorious back end dogs. There was any genetics that was carried forward, it was definitely being carried forward. You know, you gotta get Amber some. Cause I will show y'all, you know, that there was some damn yellow John dogs bred just like Wrangler who had back end ability. I found that, what was his name, Basco. It was in Fat Bill's book. It was bred just like Amber down there. Like damn near Amber's half brother, back end dog. So maybe that back end shit came up so strong because Amber carried it in her, and by that style being in her, and Ace was definitely a back end dog. That it just carried in the genetic in the thing, like we were talking about Zebo. Take that little drop of do, and it changes everything. What made that breeding different than everybody else's was that little bit of drop of white on top of that black to make it better. Because every one of those dogs were back end dogs. And every one of them dogs went out there and beat up people by destroying their ass on the back end. But again, there's something you have to notice in these pedigrees that I'm showing y'all. Look how these dogs are being bred. They all have that one thing in common. You still see it, that yellow grand champion buck. Got that Jeep, got that Zebo.
If seeing those pedigrees, add bit off. How crazy. All the way down to the Angus Ace. Don't be for Angus monster because we still question that.
Right, because I've been pull up Angus. Let me see if they got a picture of him. I know they got a picture of him. Because I still feel like Ace, where did Ace get his back end style from? Charlie wasn't no back end dog. But he was, they say he had better talent than G.
Oh, these dogs did.
Yeah, our dogs just didn't walk back to the back end. They knew how to get back there. They know how to bite your ass. One thing they all did, they all got a mouth. Every one of these dogs had mouth. I can put this picture up of Angus. That's Grand Champion Angus right there. You read the story on Angus, guess what he was? Look how long Angus is. Don't look nothing like Charlie. Both the dogs, he said they was both on his yard at that time. Maybe they did some old Maurice Carver shit. Maybe he did. Maybe the reason why he became off of Charlie because what he did with Ruby. You know what I mean? They just put him on the back burner. Let's go ahead and put a better pedigree on him and don't use Angus since he was over there after he pulled the shit he pulled. But he looks like Buck Rogers. Look at their ears and then look at that long ass body. Something all our dogs, going hard dogs have. That long ass body. They called him, he was the first dog they called a champion beater. Look at the front of our picture, you know, our logo. Look at the Going Hard logo. That's Buck Rogers, Baby's little mate brother. Look how long he is. At 41 pounds. He looked just like that at 41 pounds, and he was bigger than every dog we put him on. You know what I'm saying? So was he really off of Angus? Well, then we would understand why the Eli shit was working. If he was off of Angus, look how he bred. You know what I mean? I think the reason why they put Ace on top of that is because of, Charlie on top of that, because it made the pedigree look better. It made Ace look better. You seen what Ace looked like? Ace looked like Buck Rogers too in his younger years. He actually looked just like Red Ace. Red Ace was a carbon copy of her daddy. And look how long she is at 41. You see how big she was? 40, 41, 41, 42. We went in the Tommy boy at 42. Get back to my stuff. Download up, Mike. Y'all seen, if y'all seen Tommy, y'all seen Tommy and then look at Red Ace. Look how long Red Ace was. That's the 42 pound. That's her at 42 right there. Yeah, she was definitely bigger than Tommy. Not only was she bigger, she was stronger. We talking about a 4-time winner that was smashing shit. This dog didn't take her but 5 minutes to put this a 4-time winner down on the floor out of hope. Broke her up quick when she decided to do it. That's more like Angus shit to me, because she did it all from the back end. And she carried that to every one of her puppies, that style. Everything that got the going hard blood in, the coming through this bitch right here, they were back end dogs. Little Jimmy. Champion Little Jimmy, another 4-time winner off of Maytoo. Coming by way off of Maytoo breeding. Maytoo breeding. I think it was Maytoo's daughter that produced Little Jimmy. Back end dog. 4-time winner. Look how long that is. Look at it. Looking just like Angus. That long ass body. Everybody swore to God that dog was going to weigh out. Every time they saw him, they thought he was going to weigh out. Look how long he is. And yeah, it played a factor. Not only was he strong as hell, he had a style that was wild as hell. You know what I mean? So when we start throwing these pets, start talking about growing hard dogs, one thing I can tell y'all, the best thing about them dogs was, I honestly believe, was what we did with them in the beginning. I think that was the major factor of our changeover from the black dogs, which we liked. We had them. You seen, we had the Eli dogs. We had Rascal dogs. You know, we had all that. And then we lost all that shit and had to start all over again. Now, if I was to start all over again, you see what we starting over. Mic check. Smashing the mic again, y'all. I ain't trying to smash the mic on y'all. What I was saying was, even if I'm going back in here, even now, with the dogs that we playing with right now, where the hell? There she go. Look how long that little bitch is. And that's her. Look how long this little bitch is. That's a 5-month-old picture right there. That puppy 5 months old. We sit down and we break these breedings down, man. This comes from our partner. I don't do that kind of work. This is my KP again. This was his dog right here. He was grabbing dogs all out of the country, bringing them in. Nephew made this breeding. Mike's son. Mike's son made this breeding. I always said, y'all either, you know, but he got this dog right here from his Uncle T, the kennel partner. Gave him this dog. See how it's bred, and it's got all the other shit in it. You know the mild cat. It's the same old concept. Looks just like Brat and them, don't he? Looks just like Buck Rogers and them, don't they? It's the way the dogs were bred. Look how they bred. Start putting that buck and all that other stuff on top of Mayday, it's going to work. We proved that with Buck Rogers and Baby and them. The actual, we was the first one to put our foot in the cold water. And then everything after that, this really solidifies that it wasn't a fluke. That's all it proves, is that it wasn't a fluke. The bottom side goes back to this. Y'all know the top side. It's all, that's Stone City and Mayday. That's, everybody know Michael Myers. Very same shit that produced Michael Myers still crossing with the buck shit and the yellow shit. See some more. That 357. We already seen the 357 shit work with Mayday in it. You know? 2023 is here. The little puppy is a little 2023 puppy. That bottom, the bottom is still, that's out of, remember he imported these damn dogs. Look at here. That's the puppy's mama. Gotta pay close attention to this dog right here. Gotta keep an eye on him. Once you understand his breeding, then you can add him to all this other shit. See that, right? That's the Go Green Bean dog. Man, I said pay attention to the green bean. We all know Yellow Man. You know him. But look what they did. They did the same thing that we've been doing the whole time. Mayday and Grand Champion Buck. Stone City crosses. Very same shit that produced Brat and them. I mean, Buck Rogers and them, and Baby and them. And you going down in Sarah Kell stuff, you go down there and Black Eye stuff, you're going to see them same old crosses. A lot of those crosses. Cross with Stone City Mayday. In 2023, gotta remember that puppy is still on the ground. And this is the puppy's bottom. Okay. Not only is it the bottom, look how many times we're gonna see green bean in there. There you go here. There you go right there. Now we still, y'all remember, we on the bottom. Dog is double bred Nico. See it? So the only thing that we need to go searching for, if we want to go find out how Nico was bred, we just stay right here where we at and click on him. Seeing this half, and here's this half. Remember, y'all, we going back, as you know, we coming back into the country. We back into the country. Look at these dogs right here. Them ain't Maydays. Look what they are. I'll do the top half. So we make sure that we got a full understanding. Old Thumper. Old Thumper bred. Look like a Boyle's handicap, right? Crossed into some BB Red and Banjo shit. Taking that rough shit, putting it on top of that rough shit. $2023. Now we adding more rough shit on top of rough shit. This is the bottom. They taking all this on the bottom and we adding it to the Stone City Mayday cross. And we got to add 357 in there. We've got to add the rat lip dogs in there. You can't miss out on them. Heavy handicap, definitely heavy handicap crossed into the BB Red shit, the Banjo shit. More rough shit, more strong dogs, more mouth, added on to some good dogs. That's all it is. Who wouldn't love to have a damn dog bred like that with all that damn, with handicap and BB Red? Top was a nice dog too. Y'all know little goat chiefs. Again, y'all know these dogs. Handicap bred to that, BB Red, and then you added coaches to the pattern, which is heavy banjo on top of that. And you're taking that and putting it on top of that other shit, Ratliff, Stone City, Mayday. My question to y'all would be, how would y'all breed the bitch? To me, she looks like a small version of Liu Kang and Mayday and all them. I like them kind of dogs. When they got them little nice little bodies, you know, at 6 months old and she's damn near 40 pounds. That's at 6 months. But that's 40 pounds of pure muscle. Straight crazy. Anybody tell you it's not easy raising a motherfucking dog, a Mayday dog, they're going to tell you the truth. They'll tell you. It's hard raising these kind of dogs. The dog is bad as hell. She got a little mate sisters, about 4. What we got? 4 of them left? There's only 4 of these puppies out there. We got 2 of them. Yep, we got 2 of them. Y'all see now this right up here, the bottom is no different. That's Katrina, that's the bottom side. You still see the green bean in there. In the end, you see where it worked its way back to? We did the Queenie. Here, let me touch on this one here. We did Queenie, right? We just didn't do this one. See that? They stuck that shit right there in the middle, put all that banjo, handicap, stuck it right in the middle, and stuffed a couple more yellow shit behind it. You see it, Mayday, Barracuda, this heavy Mayday again. Toe bottom half. You know what I'm saying, y'all? Man, we digging in the backyard too. You know what I mean? They still got buckets in there. You see buckets right there. The eye on that because it plays a big part. To me, I think it's all about how you look at a pedigree and literally have to understand the dogs involved. Yeah, I remember I didn't do these breedings right here. I told you, my kennel partner, he does all this shit. This is his shit. This is all his shit. They got another bad one out there. You know, they got one bred to damn, he got one out there. We got one off a grand champion, Mr. Mayday. Yeah, we got a bitch older than these puppies. What's that? Yeah, that bitch right there is on the yard right now. Look how she bred now. Keep in mind now. See how she's bred? Yeah, that's the bitch. Yeah, she's 2023 too. See this revenge shit right here, right? Y'all see it? Put you right back into the same old dog again. 2023. Look at the top. Look at the top side. Who is he off of? Same shit that we just left. They were siblings. But you go right there. Bitch, we just got done looking at. There's the Little May's sister. The champion. Pay attention to the name. Thanks, T.O., for everything, my big brother. Well, T.O. is my kennel partner. He's the one that makes all this shit happen to us. You don't see him sitting out here doing a bunch of talking. He's never been one for bright lights. But look how it's bred. What do? He go over there and stick some Mayday on that shit. Go over there and get dogs out of the country and bring over here to cross with the shit. You know, y'all would say, man, I would take him and bring him to that Gloria bitch, right? It seemed like the smart thing to do. Take him, breed him to Gloria. Get the Mayday we looking for, right? We got all that here and got the same thing on the bottom right here. We got Red Bull and his Little May's sister. Red Boy, Tiny Man. Coming back cross with some Mayday. Come on, y'all. It's still the papers and it's the paperwork. Look at the dogs. The dogs prove their point. Then we give them every opportunity to continue doing this. Got to have more of this than anything else. All got to work. Got Hunt. You got all the baseball players, all the major leaguers. Everybody's supposed to have some kind of genetic help in here. Give me genetic help. It don't look good unless it's working good. That's all I gotta say. If it don't look good unless it works good. Yeah, it would be nice to see him be able to go back in and take a breeding like that and have it work. You know, everybody be asking, well, what's the bottom like? Well, this bitch here came from overseas. We did this last week. Don't know none of these dogs on here. Don't none of y'all know it. I bet you none of y'all know these dogs. Because they ain't from this country. One damn thing for damn sure. You see what they was doing. Get these dogs, you had to breed these dogs. Look how they was breeding them. We don't recognize nothing on here. So I know y'all don't recognize it just like I don't. If we keep tabbing back, we still pulling up champions. And we just now getting back in the area where we might be able to start seeing some American dogs, right? You see that Holland stuff up here, we already know that's going to lead somewhere back to Red Boy. See all that Red Boy up here on the top? Go back a little further. Look at this damn dog. Look at that bulldog head. See them big ass heads? Look like a damn staff, don't it? But you see where it's at? Look, we is going way back here in the back. These are gonna be rascal dogs, and watch what I tell you. No, this is Snooty shit up in here. I see too much wood shit. Look at their heads. You know, we all say we don't like black dogs, but these is like black brindle dogs or something. Look how they bred though. Yeah, that wasn't the only thing they took overseas. That what they call it, that black Eli. Smell his brother. Smell his brother. Litter mates. Crossed into Frisco. This is what they were looking like before they took them out of the States. Back here. You can tell they ran with it. They ran with the shit. Coming back up to the front. And that was the bottom side of this. You know, I just wanted to make sure y'all saw that. That was the bottom side. Top side. Same shit. Got me going right back to what we started with when we first started out the game, right? And that's just his bottom. So again, wondering where this shit gonna take us, right? See a lot of us on top of each other, sit. Same thing. Down the top and bottom, right? Okay, let's go back there. Let's see where it goes from the United States. Still searching. I'm gonna play on the champions. It was definitely something he had to like to import this shit back to the country. And you know, he's a keen believer in his breedings. He's almost like, you know, he could be an Earl Tudor. I ain't gonna hate on him and say he can't. But the dude studies, he studies papers and he studies genetics like, you know, a mad scientist. And as you see, you're sure it's going back to. You know, we back there. Now we back in here with Fat Bill, G, Rascal Jr., Folio, Phillies Bow. You know, and to me, I think what makes the shit work is when you keep pressing on breeding winners and producers. I've always been a firm believer. You breed two good dogs, you got a better chance, or your numbers, at least your numbers, have a better chance of producing what you're trying to have. Yep, this dog was bred by my kennel partner. He bred this dog. This dog, the last time I was home, I saw him. been over a year, but he was still around. You know, an import dog. He turned around, took and bred him to the import shit. Knowing what's all back here, he just studied playing around with this right here because it was consistent. Only stayed on this because it was consistent. There's too many damn winners over there. You know, he's a bird for this shit. And he's got the papers on these dogs. When he be doing that shit, he got the papers on his dog. He done broke this shit down and found it and went all the way back to what did they buy when they left the States with this dog. Evidently it was good enough for him to bring it back and to make a breeding with it. So there's good dogs out there. Oh, he's not black, he's brindle. It's a dark brindle dog. Ornament everything I've ever had in my hands. Throw some Mayday on top of that shit. With the Mayday crosses and the crosses that we have, you start throwing in and mixing good. You know, everybody got to be on the same team though. Got to mix it right. Got the dogs got to be right first. So, you know, ain't in no hurry to breed nobody. Puppies are still young. But we still trying to figure out how to breed the Gloria. We breed her back to her half brother, a cousin. We take Tech and breed back to Gloria. See what I'm saying? That would make the Mayday out. All that Barracuda stuff y'all see at the top end. I mean, yeah, basically all that Mayday you see at the top. Taking all that Gardner stuff at the bottom, and when you breed the Tech, and all that imported shit you're breeding, and now you're sticking the Mayday on top of that. And it wouldn't be no bad idea to go back down the line. It's whatever works. You're trying to work your hand and see if you can bring all that together. And the only way that come together is not by looking at the papers playing tic-tac-toe. Let's see how it go. No, it would have to go, you know, by looking at the dog and saying, yeah, this dog would fit. You know, make me go grab the papers. That's all I'm saying. Make me go grab the papers. Make me want to go do it. That's what I be on. This is 2023. Can't do what we was doing back in the day. It's not allowed. I can't be encouraging y'all or give y'all the indication that I'm gonna be doing anything wrong with these dogs that I used to do back then in the day. So I used to drink my coffee with creamer, and I will continue to drink my coffee with creamer. You know what I'm saying? So don't change what worked. Don't be in a hurry to go see. The thing that's got us wrong today, where it's not as easy to do today, is like I said, and times have changed, you know, and y'all are in a bad situation, you know. You know, we can't put these dogs in a time capsule. You can't, you know. And me You can't freeze no female eggs, and I'm a female person. So why would I want a male sperm, you know what I'm saying, unless he was buck or a Mayday? You know what I'm saying? Because then I can freeze that and always be able to fall back with the females later down the line. You know, because for me to try to find something to breed to Hella, remember there's 3 bitches out there, Gloria, Hella Storm, and Spice. In Gloria, we seen Hella Storm, and she got a little mate sister. She actually got 2 little mate sisters and a brother. Now, this is not as easy as task as it would have been back in my time. I'm not dealing with back in my time. I'm talking about, you know, if they wanted to breed these dogs in this time here, how would you do it if we're not doing dogs? We're not doing dogs. So, you know, think we're so crazy we're quick to breed? No, we're not in no hurry to breed. Because who got a champion out here, or who got a great dog out here? You know, I sure don't want to go knocking on too many doors, because one, it's not acceptable for what we had. You have to go along with the times. So when you guys are still breeding papers, I refuse to breed papers. I'd rather breed nothing. I would rather let these dogs grow up and be the bulldogs that they are. You know what I'm saying? Because times have changed. You know, when they were making all these good ass breeders, y'all see out here on those pedigrees right there, times was getting rough, but it hadn't got this rough. You know, thank God that those breedings were able to be made, because here in 2023, it's a totally different game. You know, I shout out to Pelican Bay, because my boy, he you know, they be crucifying him, you know, because it comes with the news, and y'all act like y'all don't want to hear the news. I mean, at least somebody's out there trying to keep y'all up to date. Don't turn the man into a police when he's just trying to keep y'all up to date. I mean, I watched his show, and the information that he's given, he's speaking in 2023 terms. He's not trying to get in no trouble. No, he ain't trying to make no trouble, but he's giving y'all the news, and the man is not wrong. Y'all got a situation that, you know, the dog game has been around a very long time. But I have never seen the dog game in the situation and condition that is in. It's like, you know, we out here on this podcast talking about the now. And there's no dog biting involved in the now. None. I don't promote it. I ain't even trying to encourage it. You know what I'm saying? In the now, it means this, that. The now, you should not be discussing any type of breeding for dog fighting. Having the dogs for dog fighting. There's nothing in the now that we need to discuss on a Facebook, a podcast. I mean, I wouldn't even put nothing in a newsletter. Anything pertaining to a now. Because there is no now. Only now that we have to be able to maintain these dogs and without losing everything is there is no dog fighting in the now. No, that's why you got a lot of paper breeding going on. And that has a big major effect, because there's no way you're going to be able to breed and produce the dogs that these dogs are being bred and they produce the dogs that we was playing with back in our time. Our time is over. Our time is only history. Can't change nothing back there. And you sure can't bring it up no further than where we at right now, because who would ever thought that, somebody told me back there in my time that, could you ever see the dog game gone? I probably would have said some smart ass tomorrow. As long as they got pit bulls, the dog game is gonna always be there. But I can guarantee you this much. Man with the stick a mic in my face and ask me, I would tell them the dog fighting is over. What the dog game was back then, there is none of that now. It's getting so bad that if you got pits, you got to worry. You got a treadmill, something that you can't have your dog on the chain. So if you putting him in cages, where's the exercise coming from? You ain't allowed to have a treadmill. You ain't allowed to have no breaking sticks. You ain't allowed to really have no pit bulls. The game is gone. Okay, even with the game out of the picture, they want to destroy the dog themselves. Like my boy Pelican Bay said, he ain't trying to promote shit. He's telling y'all, you better not be fighting dogs. Telling y'all that. He telling y'all what is wrong with him telling y'all that. He is on a podcast telling y'all, the public, the people that come in these rooms, don't be fighting your dogs. I mean, and that's a good message. I want to say the same thing that he's saying. I'm only giving y'all my past and what I used to do. What I used to do is not what I do now. You know what I'm saying? And that's how it has to be addressed. Ain't nobody in this room, in this chat room, to be talking about anything pertaining to dog fighting. If we talking about competition, ain't we talking about confirmation conditioning? Ain't we talking about wall climbing conditioning? Ain't we talking about treadmill racing conditioning? Ain't we talking about weight pulling conditioning? We have so many other things to talk about rather than dog fighting. Leave the dog fighting for us in our past. Let's enjoy what we had in the past, so we don't lose too much sight on what was back there. You know what I'm saying? Because at some point, y'all will catch on. There was not much of an internet. It probably was the internet, it was the websites that started the deterioration in the fall of the game. They started putting all them web pages on the internet, posting these dogs out there like they was posting them in the journals. Everybody speaking out like it was okay to speak out. I think they just got tired of it because it was getting put in their face. I think that's where we at now. I mean, they done added more letters in the alphabet to literally annihilate the pit bull. What we called in our day the pit bull, they don't want those kind of dogs around no more. Dogs bred like these dogs here, they would say, hey, them dogs was bred for fighting. You know what I mean? And you cannot say that because that's what they say. Cannot say that those dogs are bred for fighting if nobody's fighting any dogs anymore. We have to convince these people that there's no dog fighting, and we got to convince them in a larger number than what we're getting, or it's going to get worse. It's going to get down to, if you got a pit bull, they're going to label you and take your dogs and make you fight to get your shit back. And who wants to go through that? No, let the history speak for itself and leave the future alone. There's no future out here talking about anything relating to dog fighting. There's no such thing as dog fighting anymore. Do y'all hear me? No such thing as that. And as long as we continue coming out here on Facebook, coming out here on these podcasts, arguing and fighting like y'all got Jeep and Earl Tudor and Don Mayfield in your back pocket, then you're going to have problems. Because back then we probably created this mess. But this mess has definitely affected y'all to the point where there's nobody out here should be on any podcast, any Facebook, any group room discussing something that most of y'all don't do anyway. And the percentage of those who may still be doing it, I wouldn't be expecting them to be here on any podcast or any Facebook or anything else. Whether you're new to the game or old to the game, you don't want that kind of traffic. This is not the time to be wanting to be anybody, but a good person who's trying to raise some good dogs and leave it like that. Oh, if I was looking for somebody who had an arm that matched the arm that I need, you got to do a blood test. If your blood matches mine, then I can use your arm and donate me your arm. I can't get on Facebook and say, yeah, I need somebody whose arm match my arm. We're going to be testing blood. See, we ain't going to no doctor. We're just going to swap arms. I'm going to take this arm off and you're going to give me yours. Listen to that shit, because that's how the game works. Like breeding. You got this dog and I want to breed your dog to my dog. Then here come the questions. Well, what your dog do? He don't do nothing but eat dog food. Remember one thing the Pelican Bay said in this show that really had me tripping? Talking about the two dudes. No, the two dudes that went, actually, somebody asked the question, what did the Department of Agriculture have to do with pit bulls? Every time you get a health certificate, it goes to the Department of Agriculture. Every time you put a dog on the plane, you have to get that health certificate. That right to flight, Department of Agriculture. They are the actual head honchos of animal. They more of the power than the SPCA and all the other animal crazy people. They control all that. And that's why they want us to register our dogs. If you don't register your dogs, you're shit out of luck. And if you do register your dogs, you're telling them how many dogs you got and where they're at. So there's no room to be playing on any Facebook or any podcast or flinging your papers around like you got some hot shit. When you ain't, we can't do that. And then why would you be going to find anything out here on this type of shit? That's why I be laughing at a lot of you guys when y'all be flinging them pedigrees, and it's like, it's all fun and good because y'all got some nice bred dogs. Let's not get these people because I'm an old dog fighter. Let's not get these people any indication that, podcasts is set up to produce, and breed, or affiliate anything pertaining to dog fight. I am a historical channel. I'm going to continue speaking my past because when it's all said and done, when I'm gone and dead, and the dog fighting was only going to be a part of history, and that means y'all can be able to start from 2023 and go as far back as you can remember, all the way back to the 1800s, and be able to talk about it. Like even Dabo being owned by a black man. Okay, if Dabo was owned by a black man, and then you got Jimp in them, was Jimp in them held by a black man too? Because I always wondered, Tudor, how did you go get Dabo from that dude, black dude? Never did say you bought him. Said he went over there and got Dabo. What that mean? What about jumping on him? Y'all knew about Dabo to the point that you had to go and get him. How'd you get him? No, it's a funny story to be told, but that's a good question to be asked. Finish it right there.
Y'all know what time it is. We don't just fighting, boy. Right now, I need everybody still left in the room. I need y'all to give me some thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Moses, Moses. I need them damn roses.
Man, I wanted to get out of here at 11 o'clock, man. I don't got no watching. I wasn't looking in the time. I'm seeing all this 30. No, you don't get me to say no. You gotta tackle me and tap me. Oh man, you messed me. I should have told you. And get my gas before 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I know, man. Hey, look, an important situation right now because again, as we talk about this situation, as we talk about these dogs, we talking about 20. You know what I mean? The time now. I ain't got my phone to tell you what the poll wound up being. But I think Dirty Mary, it should have been a runaway with the Dirty Mary situation. Hey, but look, the purpose, we kind of stepped on a little bit. Well, to me, stepped on a lot because, Norman Hooten and Maurice Carver, they had dealings together and they was friends. As you noticed, they was really good friends. But only took one thing. You know what I mean? And actually, look at all the people that got damaged by that one thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
All
the papers, this man dead and gone, and he's still trying to fix up things 8-9 years after the man done died already. Because he probably couldn't get the man, Mr. Carver, to do it before he died. Probably didn't ever understand why he did it. Clearly understanding their friendship was there. You know what I'm saying? But then, not just the people in the United States, but all the people from over in other countries. This is why it's important and why we always speak on the honor in the game. Because the lack of honor in the game will have the game all messed up. It's that one little move, and look at the damage that one little move did. Just that one. And the importance of that one little move, and the dogs involved in that one little move.
Yeah, I think Buck was dead by the time they finally changed Buck papers back.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, those things all start with one of those things that we always speak on is the honor, the honor of the game. You know what I mean? The honor of a dog, man, because that's where it starts at. You got to be true to what you're doing, even now to this day. Which goes to show you can't even trust your friend.
I remember the man said the two dudes walked into the agriculture place and told on everybody. Told them where the house was, told them that you go to this house, yeah, you're going to find the box over here. Why would you do? Man, that's crazy.
But look, these things happen. You know what I mean? Is there any more honorable dog man in the game? Don't worry about the next man, worry about yourself. That's how I look at it.
Stay true to yourself.
Stay true to yourself. Be honorable.
Honorable don't mean wanting to be seen or wanting to be Victor or James Crenshaw. Y'all, I hope ain't none of y'all trying to be none of them because they dead and gone and they ain't going to work here in 2023.
Me personally, I can be an honorable man and nothing y'all can do could change that for me. You know what I'm saying? Nothing you can do can change the way I feel and how I do and take care of my business. And any way I do that, I'm always going to do it in a very honorable way.
And I ain't gonna let nobody change who I am as a person. And to me, that's where it all started. You can't worry about what the next man doing. You need to worry about yourself and let that protect you from people like Maurice Carver. You know what I'm saying? Because it'd be things like that that would be like, you got me once, but you would never get me again. And remember, I speak on why he got him because they were friends. The man did give him the dog. I mean, it's obvious that they were friends. But
like Norman did with little Mayday.
Yeah, another friend. He gave me, you made a deal, and then you wind up, not only did you disappear with the dog, you disappeared completely. You know what I'm saying? And I thought you was my friend. But because of that friendship, is that why you just totally disappeared? I would understand why you would totally disappear. But then again, you know you can't be my friend no more. You know we got issues at this point in time. And you know you owe me. So, honorably speaking, we ain't no friends no more. So, that's how that go. But sometimes, man, listen here. We see guys don't want to register their dogs, guys don't want to deal with papers, guys don't want to do a whole lot of things, you know, and it's just going to boil down to, hey, listen up, fellas. Any and everything that you do out here nowadays, you're taking risk, and the risk ain't worth your freedom. First and foremost, you gotta love these dogs, and you gotta love them the way you love them dogs. And I love my dogs. I love them honorably. Yeah, they still gonna be good dogs. They just ain't gonna be just any kind of dog. They gonna be the kind of dog that I like. And because I like that type of dog, that's the kind of dog I'm gonna raise and I'm gonna love until that dog gets old enough and dies and croak over. Because that's the love of my dog. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I'm always gonna tell you, live by the disclaimer. Live by the disclaimer. Because it ain't nothing wrong with loving your dog. Nothing. And that's what we own. Honorable dogman. Honorable. You know what I'm saying? And how the poll turn out, Mo?
It was 45%. Change 44%. Bold Dirty Mary. 25%. Stone City's Awesome Baby. 19% Hollywood Dolly. And 12% Abernathy's Molly. And the question of the poll was, if you had a chance to breed to one of these bitches, these females to start your line, which would it be? I mean, y'all said Dirty Mary, right? I'm gonna tell you, I said Awesome Baby. I'm gonna tell you why I said Awesome Baby, because she's number 2 under Honey Bunch. Why would I want to go for number 4 and 5, or maybe a dog that ain't even on the register mare with nowhere close to Awesome Baby? Give me the bitch who got the most registered mares. If you give them all registered mares, everyone got registered mares, which one would I bred to? I'm gonna breed to the one that got the most.
Y'all notice I purposely didn't put Hollywood Dolly in there. I mean, Honey Bunch. I purposely didn't put Honey Bunch in there.
Right.
You know, personally, I really love her out because I really wanted to see after Honey Bunch who would be the next one. I see Dirty Mary, which I can understand why. You know what I'm saying? But I can understand, you know,
how y'all pick Dirty
how
Mary,
y'all put Dirty Mary over
Awesome
Baby. And then I threw the Abernathy's Molly in there because everybody loves China Man. Everybody be on that China Man shit. But I really thought the Awesome Baby would take it over the Boyle shit. That's all.
Yeah, she should have been.
She should have been. But that's our opinion. We're all entitled to our opinion. And out of 207 votes, appreciate everybody who, you know, got out there and participated in the poll. That's why we do the poll, because we call that a temperature check, because I think we've done enough shows and we've pushed the formula at you to to get you to understand the purpose of a formula when it comes to breeding these dogs. I just want to see where y'all head at. Again, it ain't about the bloodline, gentlemen. It is not about the bloodline. It's about the formula that created the bloodline. Follow me on that. It's the formula to creating. I think that's why he got kind of caught up and wound up going back down through the going hard dogs, because if you don't see the formula, and I can truly tell you, you see all the top 5 dogs, male and females, in our pedigrees. We dealing with a mad scientist who does this. Mad scientist.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And he know what he's doing, and he has clearly made it. You know, when we don't question what he do, you know what I mean? We just take what he do and roll with it. Because it always done what he think it's supposed to do, because he understands that is the formula. That is the going hard formula, because that is what created what we always and will always have. A little bit of the best of everybody. There's a formula to that, fellas, and we're trying to get you how to understand the formula. It don't have to be a whole bunch of colors, as you can tell. We just
in the right place.
It's got to be all in the right place. That's all I'm saying. Got to keep you from having to worry about your paper situation, or not having what you was looking for when you was looking for it, and quit going on what people tell you, because that's a proven fact that there's no honor in the game. So stop looking for it. Know what you want, see what you want, and make sure you get what you want. Okay? We're gonna do that like that. You know what I'm saying? So thank everybody who's showing up this Friday night, hanging out with us. Y'all, look here. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. For all my new viewers, don't forget to hit those like buttons on the way out, fellas. You know what I'm saying? Again, you know the ticker runs at the bottom of the screen right there for anybody who wants to donate. And guess what? I just realized that somebody donated after the show was over in the super chat. And I got a little thing that says somebody donated, so appreciate that donation in the super chat. And anybody else who want to donate to the channel at any point in time, you got 2 ways of doing it. All we ask you to do is support your channels, and support all your other channels that's out there if you can. But until we see you again, the thing is, we want y'all to always stay honorable. The one thing we gonna do over here, whether we do it on this podcast and how we live our life, we always.
He said we always.
I mean it. We always scratch the wind.
Every time.
Look here. Look, we don't question that. We ain't changing that for nobody. Man, y'all need to understand what that man meant when he said keep scratching. Y'all know what that scratch is like.
You hear from all them old school.
All them old school.
Yeah, man, just keep scratching, baby.
Keep scratching, baby. And for those young ones who don't know what it is,
put it down, bro.
All I gotta do is tell you, eyes on what you're doing, go after what you're trying to get. Don't let nobody stop you from getting there. Keep on scratching. Keep down how much you're gonna fall, stumble. The damn thing is, you gotta keep on getting up. Just get there. Get there. It'll all play out for you, you know what I'm saying? So, for Tuesday, 8 o'clock p.m. For Talk Shit Tuesday, we out. I'll see y'all in the parking lot. Everybody enjoy your weekend. Stay safe. Deuces. Who your dog of the night, Mo?
Hooten Snake. We going with Hooten Snake. I'm gonna throw Ironhead up in there first. There's Ironhead. It's old Ironhead, y'all. Next I go after Snake. Hold on now, let me put my boy Snake up there. Hooten Butcher Boy. You know, through all that conversation, you know, they never said nothing about his matches.
Yeah, I read the story on that. He had a couple.
Yeah, I talking about little Butcher Boy. Yeah.
He was a smasher too. He was one of them come from behind type of motherfuckers.
Right. I don't want to change my mind. I'm going to Butcher Boy. Precise answer? No. Maybe, no, precise answer and lose. Maybe be somebody. A dog off a nigga. One side sample, not down remember. All right, y'all, I got Hooten Snake up there. I'm gonna put that pedigree down there for y'all. That's the real pedigree.
To my man Zachariah for the super chat. He said in the past the dogs were getting game check today in 2023. Go on and get game check. Thanks for the knowledge, fam. Appreciate the love, Zachariah.
I hear you, Zachariah. I got your message, Johnny Appleseed.
Shout out to my man, Pedigree Husband. What's up, fam? T2, what's up, fam? I see you, fam. Never Austin, what's up, fam? I see you, fam. TCBTV, I see you, fam. Larry Marshall, I see you, fam. Marquise B, C. Rick, Nurse the Velvet, Martinez Game Dog. These are my boys I missed from earlier. They came in late, but I'm still giving them a shout out. What up, fam? Welcome to the Shark Tank. See all the sharks in the house. Appreciate you guys showing up.
Nice reading there, Rubber City. I get that over to him. Nice.
right, my good people. We at that point in time of the night where we're gonna go ahead and just shut it down. Don't forget, I'll see you Tuesday. Talk Shit Tuesday, 8 p.m. Don't forget to hit them like buttons on your way out. For all my new viewers and new subscribers, don't forget to hit those like buttons and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed. As we get ready to close out tonight, I hope everybody have a beautiful and safe weekend. I am. Again,
I'm gonna rock out with you like this.
Again, everybody enjoy your weekend. Don't forget to hit those subscribe buttons. And thanks again for watching the show. Until Tuesday, I'm out. Peace. Deuces.